Okay, we are live. We are live. Wait for some people to come in and then I'll get started. Okay, have a couple in there. All right, welcome to tonight's show. Um, I'm just going to do a live. It's not going to be too long of one. I'm going to show you a video on interracial relationships, and we're going to talk about uh, the blessings and the issues that come along with it. And I got some TikTok videos I want to show you. And I got this one video of this lady that talks about interracial marriage and faith. And she makes a lot of good points. And I had some screenshots I wanted to show you from comments from trolls, but I didn't get those up. I'll save those for another show. Um, oh yeah, I got my suit on again. I decided to wear it, and when I took a vote, half said wear it, half said, just do the hockey jersey thing and be comfortable. But I'll do it half and half. And when you're in interracial relationships, and I've been in interracial marriage over 27 years. May 19th will be 2028. And I've been dating interracially since 1985. So it shows how old I am. So I'm up there and stuff. And, but anyway, I just want to talk about those issues. And I want to show you some interracial couples. Okay. When we talk about interracial relationships, right now, it's happening more and more. And of course, as we move through time, um, it's went from being illegal to it's legal, and people are doing it more and more. Some places more than others. Um, some places you'll hardly see it. Some places you see it every day, all the time. It just depends on where you live. But across the board, across the nation, interracial relationships is growing. Interracial marriages is taking off. Um, but anyway, I'm going to put this disclaimer up here. And this here is the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Okay, you can go ahead and read it. And what we're doing is we're using these videos for education, for commentary, for criticism. Oh, you like the suit? And we're going to have fun with it. We're going to have our opinions about it. Sure. Maybe we'll learn something. That's always a good thing. And we get everybody's perspective. So that's what we're doing. We're showing these videos under the copyright disclaimer, okay, for the Fair Use Act. So everybody's read that. Okay, that's been up a while. If you didn't, you could rewind and go back and check it out. Okay, I'm going to start with some TikTok videos. I'll remove that from the studio. And I'll start here. Some beautiful couples out there. Some you recognize, pretty much most of them, right? Celebrities. The last two was the new Justice and her husband. You seen Eve and her billionaire husband up there also, and Serena Williams too with her husband. And let's see one more here. Okay, so some interracial couples on TikTok. Now, when you see interracial couples, and this is something I see, and other people have told me this too, that they just seem like, they're just having fun, living life. Everything's good to go. We don't know what really is going on in their lives. Some might be having some issues here and there. I mean, we're all human, but they do appear to be happy. Nice looking couples there, right? Um, and that's trending right now. That's happening, all over. Of course, most people are, date within their race and marry within their race. Yes, they do. But interracial relationships is moving, and it's growing every day. And as it becomes more of a norm and people feel comfortable to date and marry who they're attracted to, even if they look different. And some people will say, well, it's unnatural to be attracted to someone of a different race. That's the biggest lie ever. Men and women are attracted to each other. You know, it's just some prefer to stay within the race. Some like to interracially date. Either way is okay. There's nothing wrong with it. As long as you're good to that person, you're good to each other. And as long as men, you're being the providers, and women, you support your husband and you guys work together as a team. It don't matter what you guys look like. Okay. What matters is what's in the heart. What matters is the love you guys have for each other. Bottom line. And if you have a preference, nothing's wrong with that either. You know, as long as you're just not attacking a certain group because they're not your preference, you know. Um, Now I'm going to show this video, and let's see. Let me put it up here.
Heroes where you can find so many.
Okay, her name is M. I hate pronouncing name. I can't. MBI Rose. Okay, she talks about spiritual issues. She talks about faith, and she's got a book. I guess she's advertising. And I was watching this video, and she comes up with really good points. So I'm going to go ahead and play it, and then I'll break it down as we go.
Encouraging videos, including faith videos, fashion, lifestyle, hair care, and so much more. So definitely stay tuned and subscribe if you'd like to see more. So in today's relationship video, we're going to be talking about interracial relationships. And we're going to be speaking about not only my experience when I was in an interracial relationship a couple of years ago, but also, just being intentional and not just doing things because of the way somebody looks or what the color of their skin is or what you think you can get from them. But this is my book, Lord, is this relationship for me? Hey, have you got a copy? Yeah. This book has been good to so many people, and I want to encourage you to get it. This is the basis from which these videos stem from, and it's the foundational topic. The running theme is this book, Lord, is this relationship for me? All right then. So let's get into the video. So, interracial relationships. Well, first of all, I just want to encourage you that there's nothing wrong with getting with someone that's not the same race as you. Because when we are in Christ, of course I speak about Christian relationships, when we are in Christ, we are one. There is neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free, male nor female. We are one in Christ when we come to Christ. So that is what it is. So don't listen to tradition or culture. If God has led you to the person for you, and it is.
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there. Okay, you hear what she said? And she was quoting a verse in the Bible. It is true. We're neither Greek or Jew or, we're the same. Once we're born again, once we're Christians, we're born in the family of God. And not everybody's watching is a Christian. That's fine. I'm just, this is going according to the Christian faith. And it says that in there. We're both of the family of God. We are the same. And if you study the Bible and believe in the Bible, we are one race. There aren't different racial groups. there's many nations, and yeah, we do have, but we are human beings. We're the human race. There ain't different species of humans. Yeah, there's people with different genetics traits. That's all it is. Okay. And what matters is what's in the heart. Okay. And she's going according to her faith. She's a Christian, like I'm a Christian. Okay. And you know, date, marry who you want, as long as they got good character, they love you, and they're always there for you. It don't matter what group you come from. You can be Asian, black, white, as long as two good people come together and love each other. That's the goal, right? And in a world where love is hard to find, I think we all should open up our options. Just saying. But let's continue on.
Is someone that's not your race, then we are going to just focus on love and what the Holy Spirit has led you into and the relationship for you, and not what other people will think or say, because you are the one that's going to live with that person. And I know that there can be some difficulties that people find with like race, and let's say a black person getting with a white person, for example, and they may feel like they don't understand certain things about the race. But if the person was anointed to be with you, then it will work. This is all about building relationships on the foundation of God. It's not about trying to reason things out for yourself. So that's just first things first. So we're one in Christ. So when you think of things kingdom minded, it's not going to be the same as the way the world thinks about things. That's out of the way. So secondly,
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there. Okay, she's going on according to faith. Okay, and and here's the thing: if it's meant to be, it's going to be. If you're meant to be together, you're meant to be together. It's going to work. If you love each other beyond any problems you may have, it's going to work. Okay, you're going to get through it. That's how me and my wife got through things in our marriage. We had our problems, but we loved each other above our problems. We love each other more than any problems we have. And when you're in a marriage, you gotta kind of get in the other person's shoes, because we don't always see things alike. We don't always agree, and that's fine. That's we're two human beings come together, but we have the same goal, right? We both want to have a successful marriage, have a and that's what marriage is about. And I like how she's breaking it down, um, and like I said, she's a Christian, I'm a Christian, and if you're not a Christian, that's fine. She just putting it out there. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be, and it's going to work. And you truly love each other, you're going to find a way to make it work. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue.
Sometimes people get into these kind of relationships for the wrong reasons. Sometimes you find that somebody just wants to try out to see if the stereotypes that they watched on the pornographic video that they weren't supposed to be watching, is true, okay? Because I remember going to Spain and what were they calling me? They were calling me Ebony or something like that. And that's like a thing for people. It's like a fetish thing for people. And I also remember in Spain, this was years ago, like many white men wanted to take pictures with me because they were just so excited that there was a black girl amongst them, as if they had never seen a black person before. So sometimes it's like a kind of notch on their belt, like is that the saying, notch on their bed, notch on their belt. It's just a tick list for them. I want to try this girl with this color, this size, this shape. Some people just make that part of their life, so you have to make sure that this is not a lust thing, and the safest way to do that is to make sure that your legs are closed throughout the dating process. Even if you don't take my advice and you're not going to wait on God and focus on your purpose, if you want to date around, at least do it without sleeping around.
Okay, I want to address this. Okay, she's talking about people that, okay, when it comes to black women and white men or other men of different races, um, it'll catch their eye. I think black women are beautiful. They're attractive to me. And here's the thing, and that's fine. I mean, you could look at this young lady here, and you know, or a young lady that looks like her and be attracted to her and think she's beautiful. You like her skin tone, the way she has her hair, or whatever. That's okay, as long as it ain't, in a lustful way, you know. And there's nothing wrong with having a preference. As long as you do it in the right way, and you want to get to know that person, you want to know what's inside their heart, and you truly love that person. And it's not just a lustful, like she said, putting a notch on your belt. Look, I've been with her this different moment, this different moment. Men do that type of stuff, and it's not right. And I would say, if you're one of them guys that you know, just want to see what it's like to be with a black woman, do not do it. Just stay away. Because, well, any woman for that matter. I mean, be with her because you love her, because you respect her. Okay. Yeah, there's going to be some desires and stuff, but that comes later on with marriage. Okay. And what she's saying, and she's doing it in a Christian way. If you're dating, keep your legs closed. Okay. And that should be with, in my opinion, everybody should practice that, because you want to be with someone that truly loves you for you. And it's not just a lust thing. It's not just they want to, go to the bedroom. They want to actually have a meaningful relationship. Okay. So those were some good points. And black women, a lot of times, are cautious, and they need to be, because there are, predator men out there that want to be with them to get that notch under their belt and to see what it's like, you might say. And you got to stay away from those men. That's why you got to vet. But good points. Let's go ahead and continue on.
So when I was in a interracial relationship, right, like there were just a lot of stares, and it was so uncomfortable, to be honest with you, like constantly being stared at by black men, constantly being stared at by black people, stared at, like I just felt so uncomfortable. And I don't know if anyone watching can relate, if you're married to someone that's of a different race to you. I don't know like what it is. I guess I do know, but I think it's like more and more, it's a thing. It's something that many people are used to, but I still feel that there's this tension when two different races come together, and they definitely can receive stares. I remember going to an event with this person. It was their family. Someone like in their family was getting married, and one of their, I think it was their, I don't know who it was, the sister's husband, I think, came up to me, and we were just talking normally, and then he said to me, like, what do you see in him? I guess that was a prophecy, because we weren't supposed to be together anyway, and definitely I was like, out of his league, in the sense that we just didn't go together like that. I don't know what it is, but I was like more advanced in a sense. Like the two just don't go together, Like even my friend, my spiritual brother, said to me that he remembers meeting the guy I was with then, and he saw like my personality and how bright it was, and he saw his personality and how like just reserved, and I don't know, like, how can I say it? He was just very, I don't know how to explain it. He didn't have much to offer. He was just very bland. And he was like, I just didn't see you guys going together. So, obviously, like, I needed to upgrade my life and leave the relationship. Well, he left me, but that's another story. So,
okay, so let me stop there. Okay, sometimes when you're dating, sometimes you don't click. And I think that's what she's talking about. She might have been above his level, maybe economically, maybe educational. That happens. And sometimes you could, on paper, look great together. You might both be attractive, and it just don't work. There's nothing there. Sometimes there's just nothing there. Sometimes it's a personality conflict. Sometimes, we've all been there. We get with someone, and it just don't go forward for whatever reason. And then there's other relationships we get together and it's awesome, and it's just like you can't stay away from that person. You click. So I think that's what she's talking about. Sometimes, you know, it just it you're not, yeah, you're not equally yoked. I mean, it just, for whatever reason, and that's okay. You can have two real good people that just don't go together. I've been in relationships where we just didn't click and it just didn't work. And the traction was there, but the personalities weren't. We just didn't, you know, just didn't hit it off. And that happens with everybody. Not everybody you meet's going to be wonderful and you guys just hit it off. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue.
It was very uncomfortable, ladies, guys, whoever's watching. It was very uncomfortable, but I didn't seek out someone from a different race because I thought it was cool. And I feel like this is definitely what is happening a lot, where people think that they're gonna, and people have even told me that, they were thinking of getting in a relationship with a white female to increase their following on social media and to kind of get more attraction. And it is true, like when you think about it, when you look at the numbers on people on social media, you can see that if they're in an interracial relationship with a mixed race baby, they tend to get more popularity and more favoritism. Just think about at school. It's just like at school, like where, because if your mind is not open, if your mind is not, if your mind is fixed on what the media are doing and you're very programmed, then you're going to keep treating people that are lighter better than you. You're going to think that they're better than you. You're going to give them better treatment. And then your fellow person that's the same race as you may not give them good treatment because you think that they're lower than you. So if you think about it at school, you think about the way that certain skin tones were promoted in the media almost like they were better, and you think about the way that people favored them. Sometimes you can see the same thing happening in our world today at times when it comes to certain personalities and
Okay, let me stop you right there. Could she be talking about colorism when she talks about lighter complexion being more popular? And it's kind of like high school when people do that. The ones that are more attractive are more popular, and then getting in the skin tones and stuff. And it blew my mind you know, when I married my wife and I found out that colorism was a thing. And I knew it was with, white supremacists, but I didn't know it within black people, black communities and stuff. And, and that can be an issue and stuff. But I'll tell you this, for us as white men in today's world, we don't even, if we date black women, we just see them as black women. We do. There, I know there's always an exception. There may be some white guys that like lighter or darker black women, and I think they usually go for the darker skin tone of black women. And maybe it's just psychologically, how opposites attract. You go for the extreme, maybe psychologically, without knowing you're doing it. But we shouldn't hold people above one another because of skin tone. That's stupid. That's just a genetic trait you have. You're light, you're dark, who cares? As long as you know you're good people and you're doing the right thing. This lady here, I don't know if she's married or interracially or nothing like that. I just like the video she put and how she broke it down. But she's a very beautiful young lady, and to me, she seems like she's educated and stuff, and got it together. Real nice appearance, soft spoken, and breaks it down. And if you listen, some of the points she's talking about is what's going on in society. Has been for a long time, still goes on to this day. Some of the stuff she's talking about, and it really hits home if you really listen to what she's saying. And but anyway, let's go ahead and continue. See what else she has to say.
Couples that are of the same race don't seem to get as much love and support. But then you also get couples of the same race that are quite popular. But you guys know what I'm saying, all right? Like, so try not to, because we're thinking about kingdom business. We're thinking about God's best for you. So don't get caught up in what people say look good just to impress other people. You're not doing this for a business deal. This is your life and this is your destiny. So you don't need to get with someone thinking that you're going to come with a status. Status comes by who you serve. Like, he lifts you up when you serve him on eagle's wings, when you wait on the Lord for the right person for you. We spoke about that last week. And you can check that video out if you want to watch it, about waiting on God, the grace to wait for the right relationship for you, or the grace to wait for God's best. And, God will raise you up on eagle's wings.
Okay, let me stop right there. She's talking about relationship, being a faith-based. Interracial relationship is trendy, right? It's exciting. People are doing it. It's something new. But you shouldn't do that for the excitement or to see what it's like. You should do it for true love. And when we go talk about interracial relationships, interracial marriage, the stuff that's trendy, for me, it's a way of life. I've been with Black women since I started dating, and my wife is Black. That to me is a personal choice. It's a preference, and that's my life. And I never cared whether I carried a status of being on top or if they look at me as being on the bottom. I get some of these troll Black guys that call me a bottom shelf Brad or whatever, or the hateful things they say that, Becky didn't want you, so you went to Black women. No, that ain't true at all. I did it for true love. And I've been married over 27 years. So you can tell me I'm at the bottom, but I do very well. And if I'm the bottom, then all women need to date out. I'm just saying. And I don't have a big head or nothing, but, I've done very well with my wife. And I give my wife all the credit, and, we live an upper middle class life, and we live in a good neighborhood. And, we built that together. My wife has pushed me beyond what I ever thought I could do. And just the love I have for her, I cannot fail. That's how I fit. That's how I feel. Because she has faith in me and I love her so much. And, but don't do it for a status. Okay. And you know what? If you love that person, don't shy away because you might think someone thinks little of you because you're dating outside your race. Do it for love. Black women to me has always been the best choice. That's how I feel. That's what's in my heart. And my life reflects it. And if you do it for that, God be with you. More power to you. Do it. Don't do it for a status, like she's saying. And I think she's talking about, like, sometimes Black guys think they get a white woman and their status is elevated. No, it's not. You're just with a woman that looks different than you. That's all it is. What really counts is what the character. What really counts is the love they have for you. That's what matters. Okay. And, but anybody can have a preference. That's fine and great. As long as you love your preference and you take care of your preference. I've had one, and, that's just the way it is. That's the way my life lined up. That's where my heart is. That's where my love is. And that's what you need to build a relationship on. The character and love. Okay. Not a status, not because it's popular, not because it's trendy. Okay. Trends can come today, gone tomorrow. I think interracial relationships is going to skyrocket. I don't think it's ever going to slow down. It's just going to pick up steam. And some say, well, it's only 1%. Well, okay. 1% of billions of people is a lot, and it's growing. So whatever. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue.
So this is bigger than just you or just giving something out to your viewers, this is more than that. This is a relationship that's going to lead to marriage, it's going to lead to you bringing beautiful children into the world. So what I'm trying to say is that let your heart be in the right place. People kind of, I remember the comments on when I put our picture up when I was in that interracial relationship, and so many people were excited for me, like I had achieved something really significant for being with a white man. And someone commented like, oh my gosh, you're gonna have mixed race babies. And I'm just like, at the time I was kind of just thinking, because she was mixed race herself, so I was just like, okay. I just didn't understand like how, it just didn't compute to me, like how do you deduce that from my picture with the person that I'm with? Like, why is that so exciting for you? Like, children are beautiful, but I don't know, it's not, nobody comments like on couples like, oh my gosh, you're gonna have black babies. Maybe they do now, maybe they say you're gonna have beautiful brown babies, but it was just the way in which she did it was almost like a status thing. So it's just about you being mindful of things like that and making sure you're getting into a relationship for the right reasons. Is God saying yes? Are you genuinely attracted to them? Is this someone that you can see yourself with for the rest of your life?
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there. She's talking about another status issue, right? We've heard this. Biracial kids are cute. They're cute kids, and they are. But all babies are cute, right? Need to be careful and not put them above other children, black or white or Asian, you know. And all three of my kids are biracial by me and my wife. And we always taught them that they're special because they got both of their mother and father, and they're not beneath nobody, but they're not above anybody either. They're children like everybody else. And if you can get them, that's the mindset we need to be, not lifting one group over the other, whether it be black, white, or biracial. Okay. And sometimes biracial children are, when they grow up, they might have some kind of privilege. Okay. There's privileges all over. We always hear about white privilege, right? But there's other privileges. You know, people that are more attractive have privilege over those of us average looking people. You know, there's people, biracial kids might have privilege over black or white kids, or maybe not have as much privilege as they do. You know, it's just the way people do things. It's stupid. We're all people. We should just love each other. Um, but don't do it. Get with someone because you want to have biracial kids. That's dumb. You get together for love because you want to build a family, because you want to be married. That's what you do it for. Um, you know. But I just wanted to say that. Let's go ahead and continue.
Life? Or are you just doing it because you feel like, you know, this person can help you get on in the industry, they're good for your image, you want to have mixed babies? Like, what is it? Like, where is your heart at when you are thinking about these relationships, when you're getting into these relationships? Because there's this stereotype that, like, you know, oh, other races are better, other races are more gentle, but actually it's just about getting in the right relationship for you. And it's an illusion if you're saying that, actually, because people are people, men are men, women are women, but the right relationship with you would be the best for you. That person will be for you as ordained by God. And
All right, let me hit this up too. Um, don't do it for a status, okay? Don't go in, ladies, thinking you get with a white man, your life is just smooth sailing, you're taken care of, and everything's great, right? Um, it could happen that way, or it might not. You got to search the person's character, okay? And that's what she was saying. Um, I'll give you an example. My wife had a friend back when we lived in Colorado, and she saw that our marriage, you know, we have a good marriage, and she saw how much I love my wife, and you know, and she wanted to have a relationship like that, so she decided to date a white guy. Okay, and she was, I guess the relationship was going good, she was happy, and he ended up cheating on her and did her dirty, and she actually ended up hitting him with her car. um it didn't work out. She got the wrong white guy. Okay. um there's good and bad in every racial group. I had my girlfriend before my wife, and she was abusive to me. She would actually hit me. I never laid hands on her, but she had issues. Okay, and this was a black woman. Most of black women that I've dated, that love was there. It was always pleasant, but there are times you get with the wrong person in that group. Okay, it happens to all of us. So don't go for that group thinking, you know, everything's going to be great. Because when I was dating black women, I thought, hey, this woman it's going to be awesome. Because I was used to having pretty good relationships, and it didn't turn out that way. So, you know, you got to keep that in mind. Vetting, you got to vet. Okay, there's good and bad in everybody. Um, but there's nothing wrong with looking at stats and see what group tends to do better. Economically, Asians right now are leading the way when it comes to economics. But does that mean the first Asian guy you get with is going to be, successful and good at math and doing wonderful things? He could be a bum like anybody else. They have them too. So you got to vet, get the person with character. Okay, character over color. But if you have a preference, get the best person in your preference. Okay, so you have to vet these people. Yeah, just common sense. You want to make sure they want the same things in life that you do, that they're not just there for a good time or a temporary relationship. Make sure they want out of the relationship what you want. Okay, bottom line. Okay, run a background check. Yeah, if you can do that, do that. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea, actually. Um, anyway, let's go ahead. Continue.
Anointed to be with you, all right? And they'll be able to help you in any area of your life as you grow together. So I think it's quite ignorant if people say that a certain race are this way, because what you'll find is that human beings are human beings. I know that certain races were raised different, certain cultures were raised different, so they might see things from a different perspective as the way that I would, as a black female that was born in London but has Nigerian origin. I get that, but we're all one, we're all blessed, and no one is better than the other. We are all one in Christ, we're all special in his eyes, and we're favored and we're loved by God. And the main point of this video is highlighting, like, is this relationship for you? What are your intentions in getting in this relationship? Are you sure that you're not doing it for image? Are you sure you're not doing it to use the person for what they can offer you? But are you genuinely getting in this relationship knowing that God has ordained it? I hope that this has encouraged you and shed a bit of light on that other side. God bless you, and I'll speak to you soon. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so check out her channel, Ivan Rose. That video was real good. She's got a lot of videos, and I listened to a couple, and they were pretty good. But check out her channel. A shout out, and I will be putting that video I just showed you guys on my community page. So you can click on it and check out what she has to offer. And she's got a book. I haven't read the book, so I don't know. I assume it's on faith, and she's a Christian, so I think it's probably going there, but I haven't read it, so I don't know. But her channel looks really good. If you're a person of faith, check it out. And that video, she made some good points, right? And it's a basic common sense thing. We all don't have common sense. I mean, let's be honest. A lot of people get together when in relationships because they're attracted to each other, or it could be a status thing too. A lot of people do that. And even biracial kids, why you would get with somebody for a certain look for kids you might have is beyond me. That just seems sick and crazy. You should get together for true love. And interracial relationships, can be a true blessing. That interracial relationships are a beautiful thing. People come together that look different. different cultures, and they end up accepting each other and love and marrying each other. That's a good thing. We should never knock that. In fact, I think we should encourage, all relationships, whether it's interracial or not. We should encourage people to find the best, husband and wife, and do it within marriage. I think we should encourage that. And we shouldn't get jealous because some woman in our racial group married or date somebody that don't look like us, or vice versa. That to me is stupid. That just shows insecurity. That shows jealousy, and it's a weakness. The only time you should have feelings is if maybe you were dating her and she ran off with some other guy. Okay, I get it. But someone you don't even know just because they look like you. And my thing is you don't have, and saying, and I hate when people say, well, they're dating our women. Well, they're not your women. The only woman that belongs to you is your wife, the one that accepts your hand in marriage. That's the only one that belongs to you. Other women that look like you, they're not yours. They're their own individuals. And, if a man comes forward and, takes that young lady as a wife, up, embrace that. Pray for them. Make sure they, get the best out of each other, that they complement each other, they love each other. That's what we should be concentrating on. I find it crazy that I'll make a video and people come in and attack me. And the crazy thing is I got some of these black dudes that'll come in and attack black women. I'm like, what? Okay, I get it. You don't like me having a black wife, but attacking women in your group, to me, that's seems like a weakness. And they'll say that, I've heard them say that black women are the most unmarried or whatever. I'm like, dude, it takes a man to do that too. They can't do it by themselves. Or single mothers, it takes a man to impregnate a woman. It takes two, right? So I find it kind of strange that men will throw women in the racial group under the bus and act like they have no part in it. I'm just saying, and my thing is God's going to hold us accountable. How we treat the women in our community. Because here's the thing, we are held accountable. And if you do it biblically, where men are the leaders and the head of the household, guess what? When things go wrong, whose fault is it? That's like, that's like being in battle and the general going and blaming the privates because they lost the battle. Does that make sense? It don't. The leader takes the fault. The leader takes responsibility. The leader's going to take the glory too, but when you're a leader, when it goes wrong, it's your fault. And that goes within a community. So I find that kind of crazy that men would throw women under a bus and just blame them. It goes both ways. And I was going to show a comment on that. I'll do that in a different show. But interracial relationships can be a great blessing. It can. But you're going to have your issues. You're going to have haters. You're going to have people that do not like seeing you together with that person you're with. And sometimes interracial relationships do not form because people are scared of the unknown. Okay, you're not used to this group of people. You have different cultures, and that's okay. But some people will not date because of that fear, that getting out of the comfort zone. You gotta, if you want to be with, whoever you want to be with, you got to get out of that comfort zone. If you want to open up your options, it's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to seem kind of weird. But if you find true love, it's all worth it. And yes, it's even worth going through the haters, even if they're in your family, even if it's your mom and dad, you find true love, it conquers all. And that's what we should be focused in. But, to be in an interracial relationship, especially when it's black and white, black people and white people come together. You got to be strong. You got to be all in, because that's the group that's going to get the most flack. That's the group that's people are going to go in on. If it's a white guy with an Asian woman, pretty much people don't care. Now, some might say, well, we had issues. There could be, sure, but not like if you choose a black woman and you're a white guy. There's going to be more issues with that than if you choose an Asian woman or vice versa. It just is what it is. And maybe that's why, people might marry Asians out or Hispanic because it's still like in the comfort zone and people don't really have an issue with it. But when you go black and white, then there's the issue. You're out of that comfort zone. There's going to be haters. But in today's world, you could get through it. I mean, usually the most you're going to get is someone says something stupid or, but there's still got to get out. You still got to get out of that comfort zone. Okay. And then family members might not agree with it. They might give you a hard time. They might have issues, So I would say if it bothers you, don't interracially date. If you're doing it because it's trendy and it looks cute and looks fun, or you want biracial kids, don't do it. The only reason you should interracially date is because you love that person and you're willing to give it all. And I tell men, if you're going to date black women, and this is what I tell you guys, if you're going to date a black woman, you want a serious relationship that's going to lead to marriage, you have to give everything. Everything. Okay? That means all of you. And you're going to have to stand up for that young lady against it, even with your parents. Okay? Anything that seems like it might be condescending or a little off, you need to check it. Because that woman that you're with, she's going to feel uncomfortable naturally because she's not used to it. But she's there with you. She loves you. Okay? Keep that in mind. You love her. You're going to protect her. That young lady is your treasure. She's that special person in your life. She's your wife or, going to be your wife. That young lady should be everything to you and be the most important person in your life. My wife is the most important person in my family. My wife is number one, above all, above my parents, above any cousins or uncles or anything like that, above my brother, which I love my brother more than anything, but my wife comes first. And when you're married, that person you're married to is the most important person in your family. Okay. And marriage is where the foundation for the family begins. And, and one thing I found being in an interracial marriage for so many years, all the obstacles we faced and the haters and all the crap brought us closer together. It made us stronger. In fact, sometimes when people come at me, I embrace it. Say your rude comments. Come on, I'm ready to fight for my wife because, she's my everything. She's my wife. She's my life. She's my queen, everything. Okay. She's the most important person in my life. So, I mean, you should be that way when you're married anyway, but interracially, you got to really put that person above because people are going to come for you. And, it's not going to be physical violence or nothing like it. Well, it could be. I mean, there's sickos out there, but usually it's going to be like in a hateful way, like comments or someone being rude, or even on the job, you might run into somebody that's, might try to hurt your chances on a promotion because they don't like it. I've been faced with that. My wife has. But anyway, thanks. The way I talk about my wife, yeah, my wife is everything though. I mean, I prayed for my wife, guys. I did. And I knew how I wanted my wife to be, and I wanted her to love me, and I wanted her to hug me a lot, and I wanted her to think I was awesome and all that. And I prayed to God for this stuff. And that's what I got. In fact, I've been blessed more than I ever thought I would be. But in a marriage, your wife's the most important thing. And I put it together in a lot of my videos when I talk about Black women and the special things that Black women do, how they conduct themselves. You know, Black women, having kind hearts, being nurturing. I'll give Black women praise because I've seen it. I've been blessed by Black women I've been around as a boy and growing up. And I see the special qualities that Black women have. And I kind of connect it to my wife because my wife's a Black woman, and I see a lot of qualities in Black women that my wife has. And that's why I say Black women are a hidden treasure from what I've seen. These women are amazing. They're doing awesome things. And we see it in society, right? They're moving up the corporate ladder. You know, we're seeing it happen. Not all Black women are in the corporate world, but, the women that are, traditional women, they take care of the household. They take care of their husband and children. I see that. That is valuable. That is a blessing. Yeah, I did pray for my wife. I did. And I prayed that she would be a Black woman. I prayed to God that my wife would be a Black woman. I sure did. People say that's kind of weird, but no, that's where my heart was because of the love I felt from other Black women that, I'd been around, that I had relationships with. And I'm not talking just dating. I'm talking about friends. I'm talking about babysitters when I was a little guy, the babysitter I had love for her. I still do. And that impacted my life. Okay, going through life with mom issues, I kind of cling to Black women because I felt that nurturing, I felt that love. I cling to it. And I still cling to it to this day. And my wife's like that. She's nurturing. She's, she likes when I hug her all the time, and I do it. It's nice. It's nice to be close to someone you love. It's nice to share your life, and that's what it's all about. And you know what? My life's been successful. Family wise, economically, just being happy. I've thrived in those areas, and I wouldn't have without my wife because she was, like behind me, encouraging me, showing me that love, motivating me to be better than I thought I could be. And that's what marriage is about. And we feed off each other. We lift each other up. And that's what it's all about. And a lot of people I've known that have been married to Black women say generally a lot of the same things. How much they appreciate, their wives and stuff. And when I talk to white men or men of other races with Black women that are happily married, it's like we say the same things. It's weird. It's like something's going on. Black women are amazing. We like speak the same language, and we don't even have to know each other. So some things are going on, and maybe it's a cultural thing. Black women are expected to go above and beyond, and us as white men are expected to take care of everything. So we kind of come together, and it works out. We complement each other, and that's not to say other groups can't. I'm just saying what I see, what I've experienced, and what I've heard other people tell me. And it's a beautiful thing. And in my family, I have the most successful marriage, and I chose a Black woman. People thought I was crazy back in the day for doing that. Why are you getting with her? What? There's other women out there. Why do you got to go for a Black woman? What is it? People would ask me these things. Why are you doing that? Like it was weird, like I was out of it. Hey, Sunkiss. Good to see you. Yeah, I'll drop the link, of course. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting ready to drop it, and let me go ahead and drop it here since I shown the videos and stuff. I hope you enjoyed that video. Check out that lady's channel. Um, she seems like she's got it together. Really educated, really sweet. Um, had a lot of good points. And anyway, let me go ahead and put the link up there. And here we go. And here's the link, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to come up and say a few words. If I see somebody I don't know and I don't let you up, it's because I don't know you. But there's the link right there. And everybody's welcome to come on. Hey, Mark, how are you doing? Good to see you, brother. Check out Mark Bavin's channel. He's over across the pond in the UK and stuff. He's another brother we have over there. And check out his channel. It's very nice. And you know, he's gotten over 500 and stuff. So check him out. Okay. All right, Denise. How you doing, young lady?
Hey, how are you?
Living the dream. How you doing?
All is well here. I miss you guys. How how's everything?
Oh, good. Everything's good. Yeah, I finally got a day off for once, and I figure I'd go live and spend it with my friends on YouTube and stuff.
Oh,
Um,
outstanding. I had to change my screen name. So if you see Wandering Chick, that's me.
oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I had to change my screen name because of my business stuff. So I didn't want the two to kind of clash. So there you go.
Oh,
Um but I wanted to let you know that everything that you said tonight was so wonderful. I think it's a blessing that you have the type of relationship you
There you
have,
go.
and your wife is a
But
blessed woman.
I wanted to let you know that
okay. Sunkiss, you got an echo. Uh, yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Sorry, I just had to.
blessed woman. I want
Okay. I'm like, hey, Sunkiss, I'm just going to mute your microphone while Denise talks for a minute, and then I'll release it. Go ahead, Denise. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you know that everything you said was spot on. You have to have courage out here, but you also have to vet people. People show you one thing, but then they turn out to be something else. So you have to go cautiously. Don't go all in at first. Let people reveal themselves. And then
Yeah,
once they do that, then you know the kind of person that you're dealing with. Because, people have a tendency to hide who they truly are, but God will reveal it.
yeah, that is true. And sometimes talking to people, sometimes they'll reveal themselves on some things that they say. Things will slip out, or you know,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know. So
Yeah.
just be observant. And
Yes.
yeah, yeah, and you're right. Taking it slow and getting to know them. And a lot of times people tell on themselves. You
Yes,
know.
they will. Yes, they will. And you have to be open out here, but don't be so open that you come off as, desperate, those kind of things,
Yeah.
because narcissists pick up on those kind of things.
Yeah.
And so you don't want to be out here, taken advantage of,
out here.
but you want
Don't
your
be so open that you
but you
Oh,
want
yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Sunkiss was trying to come on. I think she's getting an
okay,
echo.
okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna wrap this up. But you want the person who you're trying to form a relationship with, you want them to be as transparent as possible. And that's important, because if you can't be real with people, then the whole relationship is fake
Yeah,
from the start to the finish. So you got to know what you're in this relationship for, what is the goal of this relationship, and what is the end game. Is it marriage? Is it just to have somebody to, just hang out with? What is the end game? So,
exactly.
you got to have a plan out here. Don't get out here, ladies, without a plan. Have a plan and plan your plan.
That's true. They used to tell us in the army, it's better to have a crappy plan than no plan at all.
That's
It's better
right.
to have a bad plan than no plan. Yeah.
There you go. All right, I'm out, love. I'll be
Okay.
watching from the sidelines.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Denise. Good talking to you.
Love you
And,
guys.
hey, we love you too. Thanks so much, young lady. Cami, welcome to the panel. How are you doing, young lady? Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. You might have it muted on your end. Check that out. Cami, once you come on, can you hear me okay? Okay. All right. Well, I'll leave the link open. Can't hear from Cami. I guess having some audio issues, but I'll go ahead and leave you up here. So if you get it fixed, go ahead and let me know. And Sunkissed, are you still out there? I'm sorry, you're getting an echo. I think you had probably your cell phone on along with your computer, and it's probably getting a double feed, because if you're on YouTube with both, they will double feed. And sometimes that's how come you get that echo. So anyway, so check that out. Okay, Cami, can you tell me in the comment section, because I can't hear you at all. Okay, hey Sunkissed, how you doing? My twin sister.
Okay, I have everything off. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. How's it going? Okay, hey
Good.
Sunkissed, how you doing? My twin sister.
Hi, I'm good. How are you? I have everything off. Can you hear me? I don't know why I'm getting a double feed.
I hear you. How's it going? Okay, I think your microphone might be on your phone.
I have everything off. Can you hear me? It may be my It may be my my tablet.
Yeah, that's probably it.
It may be my
Yeah, try getting your tablet. Okay, the echo's gone. Okay. All right. We're having audio issues tonight. Okay, log off and log back on. Okay. Cami, can you hear me? Okay, so we got two people with audio issues. Okay, we'll wait for Sunkissed to come back on, and Cami, if she gets her audio going. I don't know where she went. Okay, now it's just all right, Mark, is that your channel thing? All right, check out Mark's channel. Okay, guys. He's got some good videos over there, so check him out. And there's the link right there. click that link and go check out his channel. Check out his video. He's made several videos and good stuff. Show him some love. Give him a thumbs up. Subscribe and hit that bell so when he goes live, you'll see more. All right, Sun Kiss. I can't hear you. Can you hear me? All right, Sun Kiss. Wow.
Well,
okay.
Is that better? Is that better? Yeah, I can hear you.
I hear you great, but you still got the echo for some reason.
Well, everything's turned off. I can't. Is that better? Yeah, I can hear you.
I hear you great, but you still got the echo for some reason. I'm not even talking. All right.
Is that better?
Something's on. Something's double feeding somewhere.
My phone's still on. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm turning her off now.
Okay. All right, maybe that'll get it.
My phone's still on. I'm so sorry. It's her fault. She's supposed to turn herself off. She doesn't know that yet. Turn her off now.
Okay, we'll deal with her.
My phone's still on. I'm so sorry. It's her fault. She's supposed to turn herself off. She doesn't know that yet. Turn her off now.
Okay, hey, Sun Kiss, try logging off and logging back on. Maybe that'll try that and then come back on. I'll put maybe that's what it is. Sometimes these double feeds, I've gotten them like when I have my cell phone on. Sometimes the microphone, will feed through the other microphone in the computer and stuff, and sometimes just having a device on, I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. Me too. All right, let me put the link so she can see it when she comes back on, and the link's up there. Oh, thanks, Mark. I appreciate it. Yeah, well, get over there and check out his channel. The link's up here if you guys want to come up. You can. No, we had two people with microphone issues. Give me a moment. Okay. Yeah. So, and it should fix it going into the studio, but sometimes it, oh, here we go. Here she is. Hey, Cammie.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Awesome. Good to see you. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brent. It's nice seeing you too. It's been a while. I always wanted to definitely do a live with you and speak to you.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. I like doing lives and and it's fun. And I like talking to people too. I think that's what makes doing live shows, getting everybody's perspective and stuff.
Yes, yes. Well, my thing is with all this interracial dating and all this other stuff, my thing is that for the non-Black men that love Black women, that say they love Black women, I want to know what can they do for us as Black women in regards to the Black male worshiping culture.
Wow, that's a good question. I think that has to come within the women. I mean, when you say the worshiping culture, I think that's
the black male worshiping culture, because Black women are brainwashed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know how we could fix it as white men or non-Black men.
The reason why I say that is because a part of the black male worshiping culture, the brainwashing is telling black women that nobody wants us but them. So
Oh,
that's why I'm saying that. So
oh, okay.
that's a part of the culture, is telling black women and lowering their self-esteem and letting them know that these other groups of men are going to do all these things to them and all this other stuff. So I
Yeah,
want you to be very aware of that, because when I talk to black men, they are so adamant that I'm lying about dating white men and how they treat me. So they're basically saying that my experience, black men will try to convince you that your experiences are not even real.
yeah.
Like, this is a real thing. And I think that I asked you one time on a live, I don't want to say her name, but this, I asked you one time on a live, how do you feel about Cynthia G? Because she talks about it. And I don't agree with everything that she says. I know she's a little harsh, but that's that's that is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That is the culture
Yeah.
that we are raised in. And I want, if you love black women, you're going to have to battle black male worshiping culture.
Oh, yeah. No, I
Because
I get it. I mean, I see where you're coming from. Yeah, because I've seen them say that. So that, and it should. Okay, now you're getting an echo. Um, no, I see what you're talking about, because I've had I've seen black men tell black women that white men don't want them, and that's absolutely not true. We do love black women, and
I
I
know
think,
that's not true, but majority of
yeah,
black women, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you see, this is the thing with black men. They're very manipulative, and they're
uh-huh.
very, I don't want to really go into it. This is what black men will say. They will say that white men don't want us, but then they'll say they're orchestrating a system to be with us. That's what they'll say. So, but anyway, going into that.
Going into the studio, but sometimes okay. You got an echo. Well, let me say how I think it can be battled as a white man. Hearing what you said, I think just showing love for black women, me having this channel, of course they'll come debunk me and say I'm one of these loser white guys and all this stuff, the lower shelf Brad, and and if you look at my life, one guy says I live in a trailer park. I never lived in a trailer. They'll say these crazy things to get you to
Listen,
think.
Brent, you don't have to prove anything, because what you're doing, nobody in the black community is doing. So you don't have to prove anything. No one is telling black women what you're telling black women. So I know that you're not racist. Hello?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Awesome. Okay, we're getting an echo. It's
Hello?
echo night. Yeah, hey, good to see you. Stephanie, how you doing?
I'm fine. Hi, everybody. It's good to be back.
Oh, good
Hello?
to see you. Hey, Cammy, how you?
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you so
okay.
much, Brent. It's nice seeing you too. It's been a while. I always wanted to
Okay, we're getting an echo. I'm getting confused who's talking. So I'm like jumping
Yeah,
back
me
and forth.
too.
I'm like, and that's why I said welcome, Stephanie, and then you were talking, and then I'm confused. Whoever's next, welcome. But hey, Cammy, I hear what you're saying, and I see it.
do a live with you and speak to you.
Oh, nice, yeah.
What's going on here?
That's awesome. Okay, do you have a phone on or something? A tablet, TV next? And I like talking to people too. I think it's repeating somehow.
Oh, you know what? Let me turn this off. Okay.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. Hey, hello.
I'm so sorry about that, because it seems like I was getting some feedback.
Yeah, there's feedback somewhere.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm saying this is because what I've always appreciated. I appreciate men. I appreciate men for being men. That's what I appreciate. You know, I appreciate leadership. I appreciate providers. I appreciate protectors. And that's what always attracted to me to white men. And what I've noticed with white men and non-black men is that when they want to do something, they just know how to come together and do something. You understand what I'm saying? And that to me is something, it's the quality of the man, is what it is for me. You understand what I'm saying? Black men, they lack, it's like, they lack, something is really wrong with them. Like, I can't, it's like, I don't know what it is. It's like they're not men. It's something is very wrong. They don't talk like men. They're very dysfunctional. It's like something is very wrong with them. And this is not I can't tell you what it is. I don't know if it's genetics or what, but something is very wrong with these men. Very wrong with them, like on a whole other different scale. I mean, these men will sit up and talk about your skin tone, your hair texture. They'll talk to you like they're not even the same race as you.
On a whole other different scale.
Yeah. I don't know. It seems weird outside looking in what you're talking about. I see some of that stuff, and it just seems bizarre. I've gotten comments like black men actually attacking black women, saying that they're least, the most single mothers, the most divorces, all this stuff, and I'm thinking, and this guy comes in and says this like he has a drop the mic moment, right? Spewing stats, but actually it hits him when he drops the mic. It's just hitting him in the foot and smacking him in the face. Because if the women have these stats, the men do also, because it takes two. And
well, that's the thing with black men. It's like, I'm sorry to cut you off. It's like it's like they see themselves as a completely different race than us. It's a very interesting dynamic on how they view themselves and how they talk to us. They've made it very clear we're not their counterparts. They've made it very clear, they've said that multiple times. So, and that's the way they actually talk to us. They literally talk to us like we're a different race than them. They're talking to us like we're not even having kids with them. It's a very bizarre mindset. And I don't, you know what I'm saying? I never had children with them. I was married. I was married for 3 years to an older black gentleman, and that I never had children with them. And I know now, like, I'm older now. I'm in my 30s. I'm there's no way that I'm having children with a black man. That's out of the question. I cannot take that risk. That is a risk and a very dangerous game you're playing with your life and your children's life, because these men should not be having children with anybody.
Mhm. Yeah, and you know what seems weird too, and I don't want to generalize a group of men, but what seems weird is if you get the men that are doing like the right thing, it seems like Russell Wilson, him with Sierra. It seems like he stepped up, he married her, took in her son, and it just seems like the man has character, and I've seen people go in on him because of that. Because he married her with a son, and I'm just like, wow. Isn't that? I mean, aren't men supposed to marry the women they love? Isn't that what we're
This
supposed
this is what I've gotten throughout my years of being around black men, is that they're very anti-black. Okay. And I personally do not think it's because of slavery. I don't think it's because of Jim Crow. I don't think it's because of that. I think it's because that's how they've always been. And looking throughout history of black male behavior, that's just kind of, that's why, I mentioned Cynthia G. She has a lot of evidence on this. Something is very wrong. It's like I said, they talk as if they're not black people. It's very odd. Very, very odd. And I'm trying to still understand it. But what I don't understand about black women sometimes, I'm a black woman, but you know, Black women understand what non-Black people do to them and how they treat them. They understand that's racism, but the way Black men treat Black women and children is racism also. But it seems like they're not making that connection. And I'm still trying to understand that as well. But that's, like I said, the Black male worship. I'm trying to figure out how are non-Black men, how are they going to be with Black women? How are they going to fight Black male worship? What are they going to do about Black male worship? Because you cannot be with us unless you're going to battle Black male worship and culture. This is a real thing. This is not something that's fake. This is a real thing. That's why the community is what it is because of this culture that Black men have created.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Thanks for being patient. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Stephanie.
No, that's fine. I've watched Cynthia G. I don't agree with everything, but she did get me thinking, and it is a lot of Black male worship when it comes to our community collectively. I think back in the day, even with our big mamas, they loved all their kids, but they loved their boys and taught their girls. I remember my aunties going flipping mattresses and learning how to manage money and learning how to take care of the house. And not that my uncles don't know how, I love them, but they don't do it like my aunts do it. And I remember my male cousin saying, I love my uncles, but they don't take care of stuff like my aunties do. And my grandmother's one, it was my mother's one of 10. And so we were taught within our community as women to, their ride or die, to, give him the biggest piece of chicken because he's out there working hard. And I guess because back then the women used to, obviously stay at home or whatever. And, he's going through a lot, but they're not figuring, okay, we're Black women. We're going through a lot as women and as Black, and we happen to be Black. And so that was going on with us. And I think that's where the loyalty also comes in. For the Black male worship, I mean, for me, I don't think personally that it's any other man's responsibility to fight that. I think it's up to us Black women to decide, hey, we're going to go where we're appreciated, regardless, whether it's a white man, a Black man, a Hispanic man, we're going to go where we're appreciated, who's going to treat us well, who's someone who's going to be a partner with us. I recently got back on the dating site, and I haven't been on there in 4 years. And a lot of my DMs are men who don't look like me, white and, men who are Chinese and white, British and white, Netherlands and white, Brazilian and white, so, and then there's a couple of Black guys, but I'll tell you what, the ones who are not Black are pursuing harder. And we're having the conversations. I have somebody that's coming, that we're going to meet up, to talk, because I told them, since I don't know them, we talk on the phone and stuff and text, I have to still be cautious with any male. And so I'm having some really good conversations. I'm going in with a different mindset because I feel like as a woman, I have a lot to give. And I want a man that has a lot to give as far as his characteristics, as far as his purpose, and all those types of things. So, and I hear what you're saying as far as that male worship, but I think it just has to come to a realization for us to say, you know what, we're gonna go where we appreciate it, like Eve. And I look at them because I've seen the difference between Eve, even though she's a celebrity, and there's people who are not celebrities. And the reason why we know of her, because she's on TV. The regular people we don't see on TV, so we don't know. This is what we can go by. She's softened so much because she can trust her husband. He has showed her love. Like they talk about, with God, they talk about respect and submit to a husband. Fine. But they forget the other side. Love your wife like Christ loved the church. When you love your wife like that, she's going to submit to you because she can trust you and she knows you're not going to be domineering. So I don't think submission is meant as a horrible word. I think that it's meant, as the man's supposed to be the head and direct. But the thing is, we forgot when God showed, when Jesus is out there, he's also, even though he's Jesus, he's God's son, he's a server. He's also a server. He's showing you love. He's assertive. He's not aggressive. And so I don't know where this mindset is as far as, oh, I'm the head of the household, you hitting your chest and you're being aggressive. A man that's aggressive, that does not attract me. That's a turnoff. I mean, I have to be defensive with that. But a man who's assertive, that means a man who knows how to show love. A man who's humble, that's not weak. That's strength to me, because you can still be a nice, great guy and still have a backbone, meaning that you still have your own mindset, but yet you're open. And that's what's important to me.
Yeah, I mean, if we're doing things the way we're supposed to, I believe that, you know, if the man providing like he should and doing working hard and doing what he should biblically, I think submission is just a natural thing. And I think we come together, and when we do it God's way, that it's like perfect love. We're not perfect people, but we're doing our part and we're lifting up each other, and it works, and it just, you know. But if you demand one side to do it and the other side not, I mean, you're going to have problems anyway. Um, I think we got rid of the echo. Beyond comfort, welcome. Good to see you, young lady. And my twin sister, Sunkissed, is on. You could tell we look alike, and we're identical twins, by the way. But
I see
how
that.
did that happen?
Yeah, I'm struggling here. You wait until well, I'm sorry, we're talking about the Bible because what I'm about to say ain't got nothing to do with the script.
Oh,
When it comes to that echo, and I got the folks I'm gonna call to take care of that. We don't want to get the thing in here, so we're gonna keep
I
it.
want to mention one more thing. I know you guys are going to go into some Bible scriptures. Is that correct?
I don't know what we're going to go into.
Oh.
we drift. We might go into that. But yeah, Cami, go ahead.
I wanted to also mention, I don't know if you have seen the conversation that Dr. Umar was having with Black women. Did you see that, Brent?
Yeah, I did. Where he was telling them not to get with white men, and he was where he was talking about Richard Ralph Banks. Is that the video where Richard Ralph Banks says he was telling Black women, explore your options because, there's so many more Black women than Black men, and then Black men date out and marry twice as much as Black women. And
but I want you to the thing that with Dr. Omar, you saw how he was talking. That's how it is. That's what I'm talking about. The culture, the brainwashing, and him. I mean, you have to really watch him speak the whole entire video and how he's speaking, because I mean, for him to come on a public platform, and to speak like that, and he's able to speak that way, is because he knows there's going to be Black women that's going to believe him. That's why he's able to do that. They're not going to believe men like Ralph Richards Banks. They're going to believe Black men like Dr. Umar. And this is why I'm saying I'm trying to figure out, for the men that love Black women, the non-Black men, you're going to have to battle Black male worship and culture. And the question is what are you guys are going to do about that? Because you're going to have to battle that. You're not going to be able to be with a Black woman unless she's really cut off from Black men like that. You're going to have to be battling that. And that is what you're going up against. You're going up against a man like Dr. Umar telling Black women that garbage that he was telling them.
Yeah. Well, I think with him, the problem with him is people believe what he's saying, and white people will not check Umar Johnson. And I'm going to tell you why. It's not that they agree with him. It's the white guilt. And the thing of it is, he needs to be checked because he's totally wrong. Umar Johnson, he's spewing out lies. He's telling these women to just be loyal without a solution. In that video, I saw it. He didn't have no solution. He just repeated what Ralph Banks was saying, and it made no sense. And then his solution and excuse me for saying this, I don't mean to be disrespectful like Umar was, but he was telling Black women do not let white men spray in their man cave. That was so condescending and disrespectful. And he always makes a sexual.
And you know what?
I get what you're saying, but I mean, we can't attack every black guy that's out there saying crazy stuff. But yeah, we need to stand up to him. Yeah, because he's wrong. I mean, but here he uses that white guilt. And if you do go in on guys like that, they'll refer to slavery. They'll refer to Jim Crow. They'll get that guilt in you to knock you off what you're talking about. That's how he works.
I mean, at the end of the day, the only person that I feel that should be guilty about slavery and all this other stuff is black men, because if they were protecting us, none of that would ever happen. They've never protected black women and children. They've never protected their land, and they can't protect themselves. And that's why that happened. That's how I feel about that. So, because the same behavior that they're doing now is the same behavior that they've always done. Nothing new. They are the same men that they are. The same thing they've been doing now is the same thing they've done before. And that's why the things that has happened to black people has happened to them. It's because of black male behavior. And there's plenty of evidence to prove that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack with Umar. Umar's, he's his own kind. Wow. Hey, Beyond Comfort, welcome, young lady. Thanks for being patient.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you letting me come on.
Yeah.
This is my first time coming on, but I've been in the chat room quite a bit. And I've enjoyed all of the broadcasts that I've participated in.
Oh, thanks. Well, glad to have you on, and glad to see you come on the panel.
Yeah, finally, I had a day off too. So.
Yeah, I know how that is. They're nice. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, I was the young because I can't see the name above, like right next to my picture. So when you're talking about black male worship, are you talking about like when black women are trying to, white men are trying to talk to black women, but black women are resistant to because of what men like Umar are saying? Is that what you're saying as far as battling it, while they're trying to say, okay, hey, I want to talk to you, black women, but the black women are like, I kind of do, but I don't know because of what the black men in our community have said? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the global culture.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about the global culture. I'm talking about the black male worshiping culture. You're a black woman. You should be aware of the black male worshiping culture.
No, I'm very aware of it. That's what I'm asking you. I'm very aware of it. What I'm saying to you, what I'm asking you is this: is that when white men are trying to talk to black women, there's are you concerned about the pushback of black women not talking to white men because black men are telling them not to? Is that what you're referring to?
That, yes, it's that. It's some of it is that as well.
Because I know what black male worship, where ride or die for the black man, be loyal to a black man, don't step out, don't talk to any other man because it's all about the black man. I understand that. And what you were saying as far as the other men, fighting that, I was just trying to understand. Definitely not. I'm just trying to understand as far as how would they fight that, because if you have black men, you're saying so that black women will feel comfortable talking to white men if they would not hear that other stuff in their ear. Is that what you're talking about?
Pretty much. Well,
okay.
I mean, I'm saying what I'm saying is that black men have no power. All their power is to manipulate and gaslight. That's all they can do.
I agree.
That's all that's the only power they have. And the only power that they have is that black women keep listening to them.
Yeah.
So that's right. But black men have no power. Okay. That's just really what it is. They have no power. They have no social standing. They have no power. Okay. The only power that they have is gaslighting black women. That is the only power that they have. So my thing is that if they're able to only gaslight and manipulate black women, what can non-black men do about that? How could they? Because a lot of black women, the things that we're told. You're a black woman like I am.
I know. I know. Yes, I do. I think it's just a matter of, them getting on, like non-black men getting on here, like Brent is doing, and saying, "Hey, we want to be with y'all." And there's other white men getting on saying, "Hey, quit talking for us, quit speaking for us, and quit telling black women that we don't want them. Quit speaking for us." I think that helps too, because a lot of us are listening. With social media, we're listening. So I think even though it's not moving as fast as it needs to, we're starting to come out in droves. And it's going to be more than that, because for us, it's not about someone's color. It's about the best man for us. That's the thing. Sometimes when the black men go out, they're like, "Oh, they want a white woman." We're not saying, "Oh, we want a white man." We're looking at the culture of men who don't look like us, and they think differently. Like I even told Brent before, I said, when black women go and we work our butts off and we're getting educated and we're getting our own businesses, we do that because we have babies. We're also doing that because we're like, well, dang, the ones that don't have babies say, "Hey, I need to be able to take care of myself." And instead of people saying we're proud of you, we have men who look like us saying, "Oh, y'all are trying to be masculine." Well, look at the community. No one's taking care of the community. But then when you have a non-black guy, they're like, "Well, dang, that's freaking attractive. That means you can take care of a household." And that's a different spin that we're not used to. And we're like, "Well, heck, we like that."
Yeah, you know what? Here's a way to fight it. Maybe it don't seem like it's fighting, but just coming on and doing the YouTube channel. When I come on and say how much I love black women, and I show my black wife that we've been married almost 30 years and it's successful, that's a way to battle it. There's a couple guys going out and doing channels. Mark's starting his channel, talking about how he loves black women. There's some guys out there doing it. I mean, they're not coming out in droves, but here's the thing with white men, and I'm going to tell you how we are. And I'm speaking generally. This ain't me, but a lot of them will date black women. They'll do what they want to do in that aspect, but they're quiet about it. They're not, most of them ain't coming out, expressing how they feel, like I'm doing. This is out of the ordinary, you might say. Most of them are doing what there's so many white men that are going after black women that are dating them and marrying them, but they're not going out telling everybody about it. So you don't see it like broadcasted everywhere. You see it climbing, you see it happening, but if you look at the numbers, it's climbing pretty drastically, really. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, Brent, but at the end of the day, I don't blame non-black men or non-black men for not wanting to come out. Because if you're sitting up there praising somebody else that does absolutely nothing for you, then what do you expect? I mean, you cannot expect that. You know what I'm saying? I've always been vocal on how I felt, and I was told I was this, I was that, but I don't, why should they? Why should they, when black women continue to show their loyalty to men that are not loyal to them? Why should they?
Well, I think we should, because black women are worth it. Black women have so many awesome qualities. And, these women are doing amazing things. The most educated right now, black women right now are the biggest group of women starting businesses. Did you know that? They're doing amazing things and they have less resources.
Yeah, black women have the most businesses. We have the most businesses than any. We outnumber businesses than any other female group. Than their male counterparts and education and all that. Yes, definitely.
But what I'm saying is that's why we should do it, even if they're saying they only want the black man, because here's the thing, we should compete for women like that. Not all black women are just total race loyalists. There's a number of black women that will open up their options. And my thing is, when I was dating, I wanted to be with a black woman, and I felt most of them weren't even going to give me the time of the day. But here's the thing, when you really want something, you're going to go for that one that's going to accept you. You're going to go, if it's only 10% that'll accept you, you're going to find it. You're going to search for it. If it's only 5%, because that's what you love. That's what you want. That's where my heart was. And amazing.
Can I interject really quick? Because it comes a time. Here's the crux of it.
Hey, go ahead. I need to step out, Sunkiss. Go ahead.
Okay. It comes a time when, because everybody are all, and, you know, when you're dealing with a group of people that are always making a noise and always wanting attention. I'm not calling out nobody or anybody in particular. But when you're dealing with a group of people, and if this group of people are always known for wanting attention, and for instance, if someone, let's just say, and I'm just using this as an example, let's just say there was a narcissist, and you have a certain type of narcissist. There are different types of narcissists. A narcissist can be like for instance, a headache. A headache, you can have a slight headache, and then you can have a migraine, and then in between. So let's just say we're dealing with a migraine, and every time you get up to go to deal with something else, that migraine kicks in, and so that migraine is kind of like equivalent to something shiny to get your attention. The only way to be able to get away from that migraine, you're going to have to just say, you know what, I'm going to cut it completely off. Just not deal with it. And you may have to choose something totally different. So let's just say, for instance, if you went to work for the FBI, and that part is a certain department in the for working for the FBI, there's a certain department that you worked in. Let's just say to try to find out how to differentiate the authentic money versus the counterfeit money. And once you learn the art of it, you become a professional. Once you say, oh, okay, this is the authentic, and this is the counterfeit money. Once you're able to find out this is the authentic money, and you can just look at it, and this is the authentic money, this is the real money. Are you going to keep sifting through all of the artificial money, all the counterfeit money, and just keep looking through the artificial money and just keep staring at it and just keep sifting through it? And you know that all the authentic money is over here. You need to keep looking at, all the authentic money is right sitting over here. But you're going to keep looking through all the counterfeit money? No, that's a waste of time. You should feel like, well, this is all the counterfeit money over here. You got all the authentic money over here. This is the real deal. It comes a time when you have to put the narcissist over here, all the shininess over here. Don't even give it your attention anymore, because they're waving that shininess over here. It comes a time when you just have to say, you know what? Let's just ignore it. Let's just keep the migraine over here. How do you get rid of the migraine? You say ignore it, and you look at what the real money, and you give it that. Let's look at the attention. What is that attention? What is that real money? You fix you. Okay. You pour it into you.
Hey guys, where did the conversation go? I'm sorry, I had to step out. I had to use the bathroom.
Well, Sunkiss, right? I mean, yeah. Sunkiss, I get what you're saying, but if a lot of Black women felt that.
Oh.
But I was just saying to her, when it comes to time, for instance, if there's a group of people that always want to get your attention to divert you away from whatever the issue is that you're dealing with, because, I know a lot of times, a lot of people get frustrated with, she was saying, how do you get the Black men or even the women to stop putting so much emphasis on Black men and how to, get them from, it comes a time when you have to just say, look at it, for instance, if you're working for the government, for the FBI, and you're working in the department for counterfeit money versus the real money, or the narcissist can kind of like get your attention. And I'm not saying who is a narcissist or not. I'm just giving an example. Narcissist can be like a headache or migraine. And if you're dealing with a migraine, they try to get your attention, waving all this shiny stuff over here. Their migraine with the shyness, put them over here to the side. It's just like dealing with you working for the government, and they're teaching you the professional, the counterfeit money versus the real money. Once you learn the art of it, You're not going to keep looking at that counterfeit money. You're just going to be able to say, oh, okay, this is all the real money. We're not going to keep skipping through it. You're not going to keep gawking at it and not. You're just going to, oh, this is all the real money. Let's put it to the side. Let's keep it going. What's the real money?
So
you.
For the real money. Okay.
It's you. You're the real money. You already know. You know how to step through it. You ain't going to waste your time.
Welcome back. Sorry you dropped off.
So the thing is, it comes a time when you have to stop and say, who wants to come? Because Harriet Tubman, she is, and I'm not advocating this, but it got to where she didn't look, who's coming and who's not. Okay. She was like, if you wasted my time and it looked like you're gonna call us out and turn us in, I'm gonna have to take you out. Because at this point, it's about saving lives. Who wants to come? Who's coming? You don't want to come? Go stay. And if you get this far and look like you're gonna sell us out, you coming up. They might strike you. But the thing is, Harriet Tubman had to handle some folks.
Right.
You have to say, come on. You don't want to come. Okay, that's your choice.
Okay. Can I say something?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Hey guys. Hey, I know we're getting passionate. Let's go around the room with a little bit of making our points and stuff, because sometimes more people are talking than others, and
okay, well, I'm done talking. I just wanted to make that point. It comes a time when we have to choose ourselves at some point. I'm done talking.
No, you made great points. I'm
done. Y'all can go ahead. That was just my point. Black women may have to choose themselves. You don't want to choose yourself. That may be when it comes to dealing with Black men.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Okay. Yeah, but that's the whole point I'm saying. I'm sorry, Brent, to cut you off again, but that's the whole point that I'm saying. If you're being manipulated and gaslighted, then how are you supposed to see it that way?
Okay. Hey, beyond comfort, go ahead, young lady. You've been patient, and you've been sitting there waiting patiently. Go ahead, young lady.
Thank you. Yeah. I came on because I was listening to the talk, and I was listening to the young lady. I think her name is Cammie, and a lot of the comments that she made, I agreed with and I disagreed with. This is how I feel on the issue of relationships, Black and white, Black and Black. This whole issue with the Black community. I think it's sad that I've listened to Cynthia G, and I've listened to a bunch of other YouTubers like her, and she makes some valid points about where the Black community is and how Black men have kind of poisoned the dynamic, if you will, for a lack of a better word. And I agree with her to a degree, but at the same time, I hate this, what we've created where we're attacking one another. You have so many Black women who are so against Black women or Black men, and you have so many Black men who are against Black women. That's not a solution to our problem. And I think this is just me. This is just my perspective. And I've said this for years, and I've said it to many people, and it's not just relating to Black and Black relationships. It's relationships in general when it comes to this dynamic of men and how we relate to them as women. I think part of the biggest problem in the world today, where men are concerned as far as their lack of commitment, their lack of wanting to be responsible, wanting to be parents, just making a bunch of babies and leaving these women single parents, all of the issues that a lot of you have addressed. I think we as women are partly to blame because we have allowed this foolishness to go on. We have allowed these men to run through us, to use us, to manipulate us, to con us, and then we're at this point now where women are starting to wake up, and they're starting to realize that they've been had, that they've been conned, they've been bamboozled. But we have to be honest with ourselves and realize that we are part of the reason why men are the way that they are. We've allowed them to cheat. and we take them back. We've allowed them to lie to us, and we continue to forgive them. We've allowed them to take us out of our comfort zones, even sexually. So it's hard to put the blame all in one basket and say, you know, men are the problem or women are the problem. We're both the problem. We're both equally responsible for this dysfunction that we see in relationships today. And when we're able to realize that and accept that and recognize that, then we can move forward. But until we get to that point of self-recognition, self-examination, and asking ourselves, what was our contribution to this dysfunction? You know, then we're not going to be able to move forward. The young lady said something about how white men are going to have to battle this black, whatever it is, we're black men. And I don't think that's white men's responsibility, in all honesty. This is just my perspective again. I don't think that's their responsibility. I think the best thing that they could do, if you want to look at it as revenge or whatever, is to continue to love us black women genuinely, to continue to be like Brett and put the message out there that black women are awesome, you know, and to just live it out, you know, be that living example before not only black men, but the rest of the world. That's the thing that they could do to combat this. They don't have to go head to head, toe to toe with black men. They don't have to get in their chat rooms and say, hey, you know, this, that, and the other. Just do what you do genuinely every day. And that's the best thing you can do to either persuade. Like I say, if you want to look at it as revenge, I don't see it that way. But if that's what you want to look at it as, that, to me, that's the best thing that white men or non-black men can do to show the world their genuine love, appreciation, commitment to black women and all women, really. Yeah. So that's all I had to say.
That's what you said, that you have to choose you. We have, and I'm big on taking, because we always say black men deflect and not take on responsibility, and I agree with 2,000,000,000% with that. But we also too, we deflect. We need to take on. I've been saying this forever. We need to take on our ownership, because a lot of times, I just said this the last show, black women hold black women responsible too. A lot of times because we take on our own ownership in a lot of areas too. But a lot of times we as black women make black women take on ownership that does belong to us. And there was another woman that I was watching, and I stopped following her because some things that she said that I couldn't rock out with that. However, I will take some meat off the bones, and some things I will say, okay, I'll take this, but I can't take that. One thing she said, no one can hate another black woman like another black woman. And I say this because we put things on, one black woman may put things on a black woman that she would not put on a black man. And so the thing is this, what you said earlier, and that's what I was saying. If you're we need the counterfeit money, don't look at that, because that's useless. Whatever is the real money, that's what whatever is valuable is what I'm saying. That's what you choose. You choose the valuable money. Am I still on?
You are. You're okay. Still on. Hey, what I did is I put you on a solo where it's just you on the screen. I can do that.
Do it again. So the thing is, I'm shy.
Want to be in the spotlight.
The thing is this, but like I said, you choose what's valuable. And the thing is, when it comes to things like this, as women, especially as black women, because we're talking about that right now, the most valuable thing in life, I'm learning, and even I had therapy today, is I'm learning now, it has to be me. And that's the reason, because I have cheated me. I view myself as counterfeit money, because and when it came to my egg donor, which was another black woman, I was treated as if I was the counterfeit money. And so when we are taught that we are the counterfeit money, and we buying all this counterfeit money on each other as Black women, then we make Black men think that it is okay to act the way that they do. Now, have I ever let a Black man treat me as I was less than? No. Have I ever been in and out of a bed with a Black man? No. But do I look down on another Black woman because of it? No. But have I been there to hold another Black woman up and tell her it's going to be okay? Yeah. I've seen it. I've watched it. I've witnessed it. Have I judged her? No. But it made my heart bleed from watching it, because that her mother didn't say that was not okay. So I rock out with what you just said, beyond comfort. I rock out with that. So the thing is, I would never say that it's okay to take the mess off of a Black man. Nope.
Yeah. Hey, let me say this real quick. Hey guys, if you get kicked off, it's not me doing it. Sometimes StreamYard does it. Cammy.
Oh yeah, she's back. She's able to come back.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm not kicking nobody off. So if you drop off, it's StreamYard's.
Yeah, it's streaming, because it was doing me like that. But I would never say it's okay for Black men to do that. And what everybody has contributed to the conversations for what they dealt with Black men, I would say yes. I've seen it. I've witnessed it, and Black men have tried that with me. But are we here to beat them and knock them down and take them off, and to water down anything that Cammy or Stephanie, you, Beyond, or me, or to water that down? Or Denise, anybody has to water down what they've done? No. Have they been good at gatekeeping? No. So is it true? Yeah. But to keep that equilibrium balanced, do we have fought? Yes, we have fought. We have fought in this, because the thing is, somewhere, if we've raised a young man thinking that, oh, it's okay, or if our brothers have said or done something to somebody's daughter, oh, because he's my brother, that's not okay. With any kind of contribution to make them think that their behavior was okay, it is not okay. So we need to own that too. So it's all about balance. So, but the thing is, what do we need to do? We need to do our parts by choosing us and saying, what do I need to do so that I can pour it to me? What kind of lemonade should I make sweet and make pink? So that, and choose me. What money, authentic money, should I choose so that I can be valuable for myself and for the next woman? So that when whoever that guy is, whatever color, I'll be ready for him. So that's pretty much what I'm saying.
Yeah, we keep getting kicked off. StreamYard's is being crazy. I think they're trying to sabotage the show.
Yeah,
they don't think
I believe that. But no, I rock out with everybody has contributed in a great way. But I think at the end of the day, regardless of what this Black man has done or whatever, we, and somehow, whether it's our brother's son, whether if our husband, whatever, boyfriend, something we've contributed to and made him think that it's okay, and it's not. That's why we're here at Brent Show.
Yeah.
Brent?
Yes.
This is Denise. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Denise. Yes,
Hi,
young lady.
I listen to everybody, but let's go back to forgiveness.
Yeah.
Let's go back to forgiving those who hurt us, and those who grieved our spirit when we were young. We got to forgive. It starts with the basic of forgiveness.
Yeah.
We cannot hold a whole generation or a whole race of people accountable. We got to forgive, because in order to move to that next place that God has for you, you have to forgive. You can't carry this baggage with you. And it makes me sad to see that we, like one of the ladies said, we're at odds with each other. Whatever I did not get from my brother, I'm sorry. I was not able to get that. However, I got to leave you where you at, because you can't go with me. Right. You can't go where I'm going. So in order for me to have peace to where I'm going to next, I got to forgive you. I got to forgive you hurt me. I got to forgive what you did not do for me. And then I got to forgive myself for allowing that to happen. or forgive
Absolutely.
myself for internalizing all the things that I have taken on that were not my burden.
Mhm.
Black women, I need you to start at forgiveness and
Yes.
move on to that next place that God has for you, because you will never be able to accept what is good and righteous until you forgive. You got to
Mhm.
forgive. That's all I got. I'm done. God,
You know what?
I love you.
Drop the mic. Do you have a
Drop
mic,
it.
Denise? Here's my mic. We didn't
Here,
drop the mic on that one.
she
Denise, we
dropped
just
it.
dropped the mic. Because Denise, when is your book coming out, and when are you gonna get your show syndicated? I want to know.
I don't have a show. You know what? And I haven't really been transparent with you all because I am a minister, and I do
Oh,
get
okay,
asked
awesome.
to say things
Mhm.
every once in a while. And
Mhm.
God had me so convicted with that
Mhm.
because I've had to walk through everything that you ladies have gone through. I'm
Mhm.
60 years old.
Mhm.
I have done everything that y'all have done on this panel and some more.
Mhm.
And I promise you, I would not be sitting here today if I have not forgive those people who hurt me. If I have not forgive those who walked away from me, who walked out on me, who did not believe in me. I love my people, and God knows I do. And it's not about black and white and all these other things. But you gotta go. What I've said before, you gotta go with some place where they're going to nourish you and build you up, and you can flourish. And if that is not in your community, then move to the next place. But in the moving, forgive those who trespassed against you. Forgive those who despicably used you. You got to do that because you can't carry that weight with you. And in order for us to get to our good thing, like Brent has, like so many other people have that you see and you want to emulate, you got to drop that baggage off, baby. Drop it off. Wherever it is, drop it.
Because you know what, and the thing is, that's so good that you said, because if we don't, and I learned that today again, not just in my place of worship, but also in therapy too, because I'm seeing the importance in having my therapy right after that. Because if we don't, and this is huge for me, because I was the, I was the type, I'm dragging my bag, my stuff with me, because that was my way of thought. It was my way of protecting myself. But my thing is this: if we don't forgive ourselves, and if we don't drop those bags, or those figurative bags that Denise was saying, because then I love her. My Fro had said some time ago that she realized through her therapy that her trauma was carrying her to the next relationship, or she had learned it in her relationship of 5 years. And then two, we take that into the one relationship after another. So here's the thing: the only thing that's going to be different is the man is going to be another color. That trauma, we're going to just don't take that. We seek out relationships that makes us feel comfortable. So whatever that trauma looks like, and whatever that comfortable place feels like, we're just going to look for it in the next community.
That's
Yeah.
it.
He's going to be another color.
Hey,
And
hey
you're gonna
guys.
drag it,
Hey,
and you're gonna drag it to the next relationship. And
Yeah.
not only drag it, but
Yeah.
we as black women have generational baggage.
That's it.
We
Yeah.
got to let go of mama's baggage, grandmama, big mama, whoever
Yeah.
baggage. We
Mhm.
gotta, and the therapy is a beautiful thing. I cannot encourage you enough to go to therapy,
Yeah.
because it was in therapy that I learned that I was carrying all these things.
Yeah.
And it was in therapy that I learned to let it all go. And I encourage everyone, if you got to go to therapy, go, because there's no shame in
There's no
wanting
shame
to
in
be free.
Mhm.
There's no shame in wanting to be free, because it's in the freedom that you realize that you're living.
Mhm.
You're not existing, you're
Mhm.
living.
That's what I had to learn. I had to learn that.
Hey, Stephanie, you've been waiting patiently, young lady. Do you want to say a few words, or? Stephanie?
You're muted, Stephanie.
All right. Yeah, you Stephanie, you got yourself muted. I can't unmute you. You got to do it on your end. Okay.
Maybe she went to the bathroom.
Yeah,
I'm out, ladies.
Maybe. Okay.
I love you all, and I'm out. I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm gonna let you guys have this. Be at peace, go in peace, and love yourselves. That's all I got to say.
Same to you. Thanks again, sweetheart.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Good to see you, young lady. And thanks for dropping the mic. You hit my foot, but it's okay. I'll forgive
Thank you, Dave. We love you, Dave.
All right.
But she's right about that. And there was two things in therapy, not today. Well, one today. But it was two things before. And I used to always think, one of my therapists a long time ago said, I remember glancing at my files one time, and it was one said that I had low self-esteem. And I thought, who has low self-esteem? Nobody had no low self-esteem. And this may have been like 7 years ago. And I was like, have you seen these shoes that I'm wearing in this handbag? Who has low self-esteem? And I had to realize what low self-esteem was. That was just like not low self-esteem. That was confidence and my attire. That was external. But there was a difference it's something different going on the inside. And I remember.
Hey, Sunkissed, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Corey, there's another person on here with your name with a different picture. Looks like a younger guy. Is that somebody? Is that you, or is that a troll, or is that like your son or something, Corey? You guys see it? It says Corey Haga. Look.
Yeah.
And he's addressing J10. But then Corey's got his old picture up here. There's two Coreys. So what's really going on here? That's my 19. Oh, okay. You just changed. Okay. It's your 19-year-old picture. Okay. That's Corey back in the day, guys. We had 19.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know if we had a troll or sometimes guys in YouTube, people will take your picture and act like they're you on some other person's platform.
That's crazy.
I've seen that happen. You got to be careful. YouTube is, kind of, sleazy in a way. So
Facebook is notorious for that.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
People stop at nothing, I'm telling you.
Yeah, people are a mess, unfortunately.
Yami just dropped off. When she comes up, I'm gonna let her on. She's waiting patiently. I don't know if she decided to go off or StreamYards. Mark said it was jealous black men sabotaging the show, but I just think StreamYards is having glitches.
But I'll just say this thing because I got to get my food. But it was two different things that my therapist had me read, and I just fell apart as I was reading them. But she asked me to read two things. It was something, and then it was some things boxed off. Maybe it was two things, and she said, "You read these, and then some things, and we can discuss what relates to you." And it got to a part where it says, "I feel like a failure, and I feel like I am unloved, surrounded by a bunch of people." And when it said failure and unloved, and I lost my mind.
Hello?
I would have never, ever felt that way. And anyone that knew me would have never thought that.
Wow. Hey, Cami, welcome back. Sorry you got dropped off.
No problem. No, I've been talking a lot, so I decided to shut myself up.
But in that time, I knew some things that I had to do. Some like I said, I had to do some surgery on myself without anesthesia. I couldn't, no fluff. I had to go, do a deep dive. And And from that point on, I said, you know what? It's just, I have to do what I need to do. And before no dating, no anything, not even, talking on the phone or anything like that, going to movies and all that. Although, that was like cold turkey, nothing. And it could get, it can get to where you be like, you see somebody, you be like, oh my goodness, what your name is, whatever. But it was beneficial. And I said, I cannot have anything disturbing. And that's when I realized it was way worse than that. And until you do that, you'll be looking at everyone and everything, seeing that it's everyone until you hit brakes and say, okay. And it will be everybody's community, and you'll go to the guy in every community and you will find that same guy. And so that's why I always say it's best. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Cammie, welcome back, young lady.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. All right. So what's the next topic?
The next topic, okay. Well, what do you guys want it to be? we're talking about interracial relationships, but I mean, we can go any direction with it.
Can I
didn't know
something?
Okay, go ahead.
And this isn't specifically directed at interracial relationships. I'm speaking from a general perspective in relationships, period. I think one of the things that is contributing to the dysfunction, again, of relationships in the world today, you guys keep using this word vetting. That's a term that's fairly new to me. I really don't do social media. I have a Facebook account and I have my YouTube account. That's about it, my YouTube channel. So this whole idea of vetting, I think is kind of the same concept of what I'm about to say. I think part of the problem with dating and relationships today is that we just don't give them enough time. We unfortunately, and I'm leaning a little bit more towards women than guys. We get so, I hate to use the word desperate, I hate to use the word thirsty, but they are realities for a lot of women. We get so hungry for relationship, companionship, that we quickly jump into them without really investing enough time to get to know the person that we have an interest in. And I think that's why so many relationships fail. That's why they break down over time, because the person that you were physically attracted to, whatever drew you to this person, as time goes on, you start to discover more and more things about that person that you didn't realize in the beginning, because you were so attracted to their outside appearance or whatever it was. They were strong, they were masculine, or whatever it is that drew you to them. I think in a lot of our relationships in the world today, part of the problem is that we're not giving it enough time in the dating or courting phase. And we're not asking the right questions. We're not asking the right amount of questions. And I'm not talking what's your favorite color, what's your favorite food, what do you do in your part-time? I'm talking about serious, in-depth questions that help you get to know this individual, that expose the character. You have to be in situations, different situations with this person in order to establish that. You can't just have 100,000 phone conversations or video conversations and not spend quality time with this person to really see and allow their character to be revealed. So for me, I think that's one of the biggest problems with relationships today, whether it's black and white, white and or black and black, black and Hispanic, whatever the case may be. I see that as probably one of the biggest issues that is facing us being successful in relationships, is that we're not spending enough quality time. We're not asking the right questions. We're not allowing those relationships to be viewed from different angles. And I'm not saying, taking the advice of all of your friends or your family or whatever, but just being able to allow those relationships to be exposed to different situations so that you can see what's in this person. Because in different scenarios, different things are going to come out of them. And you don't want to be surprised a year down the road, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, whatever. So I just wanted to say that. That's my other 2.5%.
Oh, nice. Well put. Hey, J10, welcome to the panel. Good to see you, young lady.
When you get a chance, I would like to say something. Sorry, when you're finished.
Okay.
Good to see you too. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. How's it going, J10?
Oh, everything's good. Everything's good. I had the weekend off, so it's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's nice. Doing those 12-hour shifts, huh? I've been doing 12-hour shifts at my job, but I'm glad you got a weekend off.
Yeah, awesome. I spent a lot of time outside, and then I went to the gym, so I just was really active. So it was good.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's. I try to get out on my days off. Sometimes I'm so tired I sleep, and yeah, today was one of those days I was out and about and doing all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I mean, COVID. I'm glad we're getting out of that COVID because it has killed me at my job. I mean, where people, lost hours and stuff, my job increased, and it's still going crazy. But and I know yours is too, J10. So, and thank you for your service, and appreciate what you do. And so glad you came on the panel.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for having me.
Oh yeah, anytime. Kemi, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say something. I wanted to talk about something that I think it was Stephanie that was saying something. I wasn't sure before the other lady spoke before her there was somebody that was speaking. I think it was Stephanie, right? I wasn't sure. Like
I think it's Denise, maybe. Stephanie,
okay.
Are you there?
I'm still here.
Yeah, I wanted to say something because I always tell a lot of women on how it's so funny that you were talking that way. It was so funny that you were saying that because I tell a lot of women, I open up to a lot of women on how I think and how I view relationships and how I view men, and I get a bad name for myself because I'm 35 years old. I've only been serious with 2 men my whole life, and I spent a total of 6 years with them. I've been single majority of my adult life because when I meet a man, regardless of his race or whatever, I'm just trying to have some fun with him. I'm not really trying to be with him like that because to me, a man to me is a sexual object until he proves to me he's a human being. And then I'll think about it a little bit later on. And I always tell women to think like that. That's how I think. You understand what I'm saying? I don't view men, I always like being single. That was my thing. I love being single until I meet somebody and I see his character and I see his commitment and I see certain things about him that makes me say, you know what, maybe I'll spend a little bit more time with him. But what you said hit it right on the nose because I meet so many girls, they have so many boyfriends and all this other stuff. And how can every guy you meet you be in love with and all this other stuff? That's never, I've only loved 2 men in my whole life. My ex-husband and my ex-fiance, that's it. Every other guy was just for fun. That's it.
Oh, wow.
I'm just being real. You understand what I'm saying? So what you were saying was so true about that. I don't feel like a lot of girls or a lot of women, they don't get to know, it's not about morals and values. It's all about just being with somebody. I have to be with somebody to because if I'm not with somebody, then I'm this and then I'm that. You understand what I'm saying? So I wanted to just say that real quick.
Something's going on with your audio. It sounds like you're kind of like a vibration in the audio.
I don't know. I don't know why, but today just seems like a really bad day with my internet. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not, yeah, because I'm actually traveling. So, but yeah.
Oh, okay. That's why you're hitting. Okay. Well, I did hear you. Everybody, did you hear what she's saying? I got it. It was kind of echoey, but it was
Yeah.
our vibration.
What I'm saying is that I view men in two different ways. There's only two ways I can view a man. I can view him I can like a man. I can like the way a man look, and I can like what I do with him in the bedroom, or I can like him as a person and his character. Those are the only two ways I can ever like a man. That's it. So you're either someone fun I want to have in bed with, or you're someone that I want to actually be with. So that's how I operate. That's how I'm wired. There's only two ways I can like a man. I can only like you physically, or I can actually like you as a man and your character as a man. Just because I like a man physically and I like sleeping with him, don't mean that I like him as a man or his character, or I like him as all. Because those are totally two different things. Because what I do with a man physically has nothing to do with the way I feel about him as a person or as a character. That's the whole point I'm trying to make, and I wish more women would think like that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
I'm directing this at Cammie. What brought you to that frame of mind? How did you come about that particular mindset when it relates to men?
I've always thought like that. I've just always been wired like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. It's like, for me, it's like I would ask myself, what is it about this guy that I like? Do I just like the way he looks? Do I just like what I do with him in the bedroom? What do I like about him? If I don't like nothing, if I don't like nothing about him other than just that, it has to be something else about him. It has to be his character, his personality. What do we have in common? Do we have morals and values in common? What is it? If I just like having fun with you and, you know, and going to the bar with you and just hooking up with you, obviously that means that I really don't like you. I just like what I do with you physically, but I don't really like you. I don't know if that makes sense or not. I think that makes more sense to men than it does to women. I'm not sure, but that's just how it is for me.
I'm asking. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I think this is what I think. I think it's more healthy to have those combined in one person than have it separate like that. Because how could you live? I mean, and I think maybe that's why the sexual part, you know, comes within marriage. That way you can have the love and the physical and emotional and the friendship and experience all the love with the one person. I think that's the goal, because if you have it separate like that, that just seems like it would be I don't I just think, yeah, and men can do that, but there's not real love there. It's just the physical. But if you want a marriage and a relationship, I think you got to have that for all that wrapped into the person you're with. I mean, because
I'm just talking about my personal. Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, Brent.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just talking about me personally and how I've interacted with men and all men. It doesn't matter what their culture is or race is. I'm just saying, for me, is that you know, this is my experience. I don't meet a lot of men that I get emotionally attached to. I don't get emotionally attached to men. I've only been like I said, my ex-husband and my ex-fiance are the only two men I've been serious with. I don't have boyfriends. I kind of just date, and I just date different men. That's kind of what I've basically done. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is, because I really don't, like I said, I don't get emotionally attached to men like that. For me, it's mostly physical majority of the time. It's never, you know what I'm saying? Because the last, like, if I really start having feelings for a man, for me, the last thing that I'm thinking about is the physical part. His character and the way he operates as a man is so much more important to me than the physical part. Because if he's not a good man and he doesn't have a good character, I'm never going to be emotionally attached to him, regardless of what we do in the bedroom. That's just what it is for me. That's just how I've operated. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that that's right or whatever. That's just my psychology and how I'm wired. But like I said, I meet so many women that's been involved with so many different men, and I just never understood that. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm like, I've only been serious with two men in my life. Every other guy was just for fun. I was just trying to have some fun. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? But that's just how I'm wired. I'm not saying the way I'm wired is right or wrong, but that's just me. Like I said, 9 times out of 10, when I see a man, I'm just trying to have some fun with him. I ain't trying to be with him like that. That's how I've always been. That's how I've been. That's just how I am. That's it.
I think we understood that as being from your perspective. I asked the question because I was just genuinely curious as to how you got to that place. Whether it was from some kind of trauma, some childhood, incidents or past relationships, or whether it was influences like a mother or grandmother, sisters, friends. And I'll give you an example. I have a girlfriend, a friend of mine, who she's in her 60s, never been married, but she's dated quite a bit, and she's always dated men on her terms, so to speak, because she grew up with a father who, for lack of a better word, was a whoremonger. He ran the streets. He he was a male whore, and she watched how her dad treated the women that he was with. And from a very young age, she made a decision that she would never allow a man to treat her that way. So she's always been the one on the opposite spectrum. Like you're saying, most men would probably relate to what you're saying, how you are with men in relationships. Most men would probably relate to how she is with men, because she treats men like generally most men treat women. And so as a result, unfortunately, of how she has been with men, she's never, ever been in a real loving relationship. Like I said, she's never been married. She's never had any like serious relationships. Most of her relationships were flings, or they were long term, but not that long term, maybe a year or two. So I was just curious as to what brought you to that frame of mind. Was it something in your past? Was it some influences generationally, or just what? I mean, because that's, like you said, it's uncommon for women to think that way.
Not necessarily. I had pretty much a normal childhood. I grew up in the suburbs. My mom and my father, they come from the Caribbean. So, I mean, not really. That's just, like I said, that's just the way I've always thought. That's just the way it is for me. I don't know, because I always try to talk to a lot of women and they'll say, "Oh, you're a hoe," and stuff like that. I'm like, "Oh, well, I never thought of it like that," but that's just how how I'm wired. You understand what I'm saying? I was really looking for a to have some fun. It just happened. When I got married, it just happened. You understand what I'm saying? When I met my ex-fiance, it just happened. I just really, really liked them because I saw something in them, in their character as men. And it didn't work out, in the long run, but I'm just saying, like I said, for me, if I'm going to be emotionally attached to a man, like I said, his character as a man is so important, and the way he operates and the way he moves that's the only way. If I don't like the way you move or the way you operate or what's coming out of your mouth, because I listen to what a man says to me, but I pay attention to what he does. That is so important to me. So, you understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Because, like I said, I meet so many women that have all these boyfriends and all that, and I'm like, I don't understand that. I'm trying to understand that, and they're in love, and I'm like, that's never resonated for me because I've never felt like I needed to be with a man all the time. You understand what I'm saying? I never felt like that. You know what I'm saying? And I meet a lot of women that feels like that, and I'm trying to understand where that feeling comes from. You know what I'm saying? That's just me because I'm more of, you can just call me or something. We can go hang out at the bar and chill. But I'm not really trying to I'm not really trying to get, I'm just trying to have some fun. I like to keep it short, simple, and sweet. That's what I always say. I don't know where that's coming from, but.
But being like, when it's separate like that, you don't really get the blessing of, being married, having that relationship. And I'll tell you, with my wife, it's not just the character, it's everything. It's the physical too, along with the spiritual and the emotional and everything wrapped up. For me, I don't want that life where I have physical feelings for a woman and then I like the one to hang out with because of her character. I got to have it all in one woman. I think, and I'm not judging or nothing. I mean, that's your perspective. And, I respect that. But I just, for me, and, to be really connected. And when you really love somebody, it all comes together from the friendship, from the emotions, the passion, the physical part also. And the bedroom comes later on when you're in marriage. And it makes everything so much better. Because if it's just the physical without the love, it's empty. I mean, I mean, the physical feels good, yes. I mean, but
it's temporary.
When you have that with someone you truly love, it makes it so much better. And I've been caught up in that lust thing, and being with someone you love, it just 100 times better. It really is, and it means something, and it's valued. And I see guys that do that they could be with different women and and get caught up in that lustful thing. I get it. We all could get caught up in that. It's easy. We're human, right? But when you have true love and you're with that one person and it brings it all together and you're going to have each other at the end of the day and and you get in that love, you don't need nobody else. And I just think it's having it separate that way. It's a way you could get hurt, and and I know guys do it. They do it, but you know what? It tears them up inside too, because when you get intimate with someone, a part of you's with them. It's actually a spiritual thing, and later on, it's you might not see it now, but it's going to do damage. I just, and you don't really get that true love where you could really just give everything to that person and want everything from that person. But
I don't mean to cut you off, Brent, but I don't know how. I know a lot of women do not view sex the way I view sex because I view sex as a physical action. I don't view sex as that's how I view sex. So I'm not going to be I'm not emotionally attached to everything that I do physically. I'm not. I'm not emotionally attached to walking or to washing dishes. That's how I view it. I don't know why I think like that, but I've always thought like that, and I've realized a lot of women don't think the way I do. So that's just the way I'm wired, and that can also be a problem too. And I'm not saying it's not, but that's why I'm talking about it. But I'm just saying I don't view sex the way a lot of women view sex. I view sex as a physical action, and I'm not emotionally attached to everything that I do physically. I'm not emotionally attached to washing dishes or walking and opening the door. I'm not emotionally attached to that. You understand what I'm saying? And that's, but that's just the way I've always been wired. You understand what I'm saying? That is not how I become attached to a man emotionally. That's not, you know what I'm saying? I know it's emotional, but I don't view it that way. You know what I'm saying? Because it's, you know what I'm saying? That's just me. I'm not saying that it's right, but I realized that as I've gotten older and when I talk to women, how, the difference, you know what I'm saying? And, but I'm just putting it out there, you know what I'm saying, to refer to what I think it's what Stephanie was saying. Like I said, I just see so many girls, women that's always attached or always with a man. You understand what I'm saying? And I've never been like that. You know what I'm saying? I've never always been with. You'll see me with a guy, but that doesn't mean he's with me. But you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying it's right or wrong. But I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah.
How I view it. That's it.
We get it.
Yeah, we do. And, yeah, no judgment. I'm just saying that for me, it's just so much better to have a wife and have everything, and it's just more structured, especially having kids and family. I mean, and our kids have always had me and my wife, their mom and dad, and and if you can really love somebody, you can have everything. You can be their best friend, and they physically satisfying as much as emotional and spiritually. You can have that. You really can. Sometimes we don't look at it that way as a defense because maybe we've been used along the way. No, I'm not saying you're in that perspective because of that. I don't know, but I do respect that you're honest and said that. And I think more of us should be honest, really. Um, but I like your input and no judgment. I mean, but anyway, uh, J10, welcome, young lady. Welcome back.
Hey, I'm back. I just wanted to say something. It's
Okay.
unrelated to what she was saying, but I just think a lot of people these days are out here dating when they don't need to be dating, especially on these little apps and stuff. A lot of people are dating to cover up hurts, to use other people as a band-aid, for
Yeah,
validation, and they're not in a good place in their life to be dating. And that bothers me because I'll talk to people and the way they carry themselves, they're clearly not ready. It could be in different
absolutely.
ways, financially, emotionally, physically, like the way their mind is, the way they talk, there are certain things that a lot of people could work on. And I just feel like people really need to focus on themselves. It's like what one YouTuber says, Tony Gaskins. He says an insecure man is the most dangerous man on earth. A lot of men are out here dating insecure. They don't even like themselves. They don't like women, but they're on these apps trying to get women who they hate. And then it just becomes very self-destructive because these women will fall for them and everything. So I really just think that people need to just sit back and heal. Like, brush your teeth 3 times a day, go to the gym, eat right, but don't be out here saying you're ready today if you're really not ready. Make sure your head's in the right place. Make sure you know what you want, who you want. Make sure you know how to vet people. Just sit back and watch other people's relationships, but don't just jump out here, without an end goal. Or if you do not have an end goal, make sure the people you're with are just trying to have fun as well. But I just feel like people who are dating need to be very intentional and make sure they're actually just ready. Like if your finances aren't right and you complain that women are gold diggers, then maybe you should get your finances right before you go looking for women. Just stuff like that. Like you need to carry yourself better and just read books and just stop watching TV all day long. There are other things you could do than just sitting back and saying, oh, well, I want a relationship. Like you have to put in that effort or else you're going to end up with somebody who you don't need to be with. And I'm seeing that all the time. And I just feel like other people just really need to sit back and just chill and not be so bent on being with somebody.
Yeah.
Can I add to that? or can I piggyback off of that? I agree 100% with everything you just said, J10. And another thing that I see as a problem with that, with dating and online dating and all of that, on the lines of what you said about people not being ready. I say this to people all the time, and I'll continue to say it because I believe it's true. Most people in the world view themselves as the good guy or the good girl. But the reality is that's not always true. Just like you're saying, not everybody is ready to be dating. Not everybody is qualified to be dating, to be in a relationship with someone else. Whether it be that they've had some unresolved past traumas, childhood issues, or just personality and character flaws or issues that they don't see as a problem, that they don't see need to be worked on or need to be adjusted or changed. You know, you hear people say all the time, and I'm not bashing the guys, but I hear this mostly from men, say that I want a woman who's gonna love me for me. Well, when I hear that from some guy, the first thing that goes to my mind or goes through my mind is that you don't want to change. You want us to accept you with all of your flaws, all of your issues, because you don't want to change. You don't see that you need to change in some areas. And so we're supposed to just accept all of your messiness and not complain. So I agree with what you said, J10, 1,000%. But I also believe that people need to do some serious self-examination before they enter the dating market. If they are considering getting into the dating market, you really need to be asking yourself, am I ready for this? The qualifications that I expect or that I'm looking for in a partner, do I carry or garner those same qualities? Am I a loving person? Am I a giving person? And am I a self-sacrificing person? Do I have any skills or things that will benefit this relationship and the other person? We need to be asking ourselves those questions first before we start addressing other people in those manners, and before we start looking for certain qualities and character issues or characteristics in other people. We have to ask ourselves, do we have that? Are we willing to give that? What are we, and I hate to use this terminology, what are we bringing to the table? As well as we're asking them, what are they bringing? So yeah, I agree, sis. There's a lot of people out here who are just not ready and quite honestly not qualified to be in relationships. And this is why we have so much mess in the world today. This is why we have so many messy relationships, so many divorces, so many traumatic situations, because people, they're kind of self-focused. They're looking to fulfill their needs or meet whatever desires they have, but they're not willing to give. They're not willing to give up much. They're not willing to sacrifice much. They're not willing to be the person that they desire. So yeah, I agree.
And yeah,
And
I mean, it's hard work, but I think it's worth it. You know, do I get lonely all the
Absolutely.
time? Yes, I absolutely am lonely. You know, I wish I had someone to go fishing or hiking with. Sometimes I do get tempted to,
Me too.
download an app just to hang out with somebody, but I'm not going to do
Right.
that because I know it's not healthy. So I just keep doing these things by myself until, I find someone who's in the right place that I am. I'm not just going to
Mhm.
find someone to lay up in bed with just to have a body, just because they're attractive, or someone to take me out just because they're funny. There needs to be more than that. So I'm not just going to sit there and just take these minor things. You just have to just wait. It's hard, but
Yeah.
you just have to wait.
Yeah.
I think I agree with you guys. Also, I think it's also important to keep your morals and values. Even if you connect
Absolutely.
with someone, because sometimes you have these people you connect with well, and this happened to me, and then they went left on me, and I was like, you know what? I don't think we're compatible. And it was hard because we talked about, went to deep conversations. I mean, genuine conversations, but then they went left on me. I'm like, you know what? Let me keep my morals and values, because our morals and values, some people are not going to go with it. And what I'm relating to is, say, the one about our temple, the one about being abstaining. Some people are not for that. I'm not going to go
Right.
against my morals and values because that's what a lot of people are doing. I mean, each to his own. I get it, but that's sensitive within itself. If someone is going to that, like, I agree with Brent, that's part is for marriage, and it makes marriage so much more sweet when you're with someone who's committed to you, not just, on paper, but it starts emotionally, mentally,
Right.
spiritually, those things. And once
Right.
you have that healthy relationship, then it moves on to, hey, well, let's get married, and then add the other piece.
Yeah. Hey, Mark. Good night, brother. Mark Bavin's leaving. He's in the UK, so it's really late over there. It's like 4:50 in the morning. So yeah. Thanks for coming on the show, sir. And check out his channel, Mark Bavin. He's a good guy. He has, true genuine love for Black women. He's what I call an investor, like myself. Investors, we invest in the Black woman. That means going all the way in marriage, the real relationship. But anyway, go over to his channel, show him some love. And Sunkiss dropped off. Check out her channel. She's working on that. She's got a video up, and she's getting her stuff situated. But I think her channel is going to be it's going to be awesome, and it's going to grow very nicely. But anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. Sorry, ladies.
That's all right. Good night, Mark.
Yeah, good night, Mark. Yeah. But I do appreciate he comes over, and it's really late for him. When we get late, it's really late over there. They're like, what, 6 hours ahead of us? That's Eastern time. So, yeah. But anyway, ladies, this was some good topics. I think this stuff we need to hammer, and talk about. And I appreciate Cammie's honesty. I think, we only improve when we're honest. And, and I believe in honesty, especially interracial relationships, guys. Don't do it because it's trendy. Don't do it because it looks, fun or for a status. Do it because it's for true love. And I hate seeing people that aren't the real thing. I hate seeing people going into something without the right intentions, and but these are some good topics we talked about, and it kind of went different ways, and that's good. Tonight's show wasn't really just one topic specific. It was just interracial relationships. And yeah, we could carry it off into, it don't have to just apply to interracial relationships. Relationships, as a whole is important. Marriages are important because, if you do studies, children that come out of marriages, stable homes, end up doing better. And the reason is they have a head start in life. They have more resources. They have both parents, they get the love from the mother and father. And in today's world, that's rare. And when you don't have that, you're put at a disadvantage. And, and that's why I promote marriages, not just for me. Of course, I'm in a marriage because I always wanted to be married. And my wife also. But us being married actually contributes to society. It makes, and I'm not going in on single parents. I mean, what I'm saying is, the more people, having both parents is so important because you need, the structure from the man and the nurturing from the woman. And one is not better than the other, but they both complement each other. And it's a beautiful thing. But these topics, ladies, we talked about tonight, I do appreciate it. And, especially interracial dating, we're talking, we're talking about, Black men going in on Black women for dating out. And, and yeah, we got to battle that. We got to stand up for um, what we believe in. We got to stand up for our relationships. I've had to stand up for this throughout my whole marriage. I've had people, that didn't agree with my marriage, and me and my wife had to deal with that. But we love each other enough to stand up for each other, enough to carry each other along the way. And, and that's what makes it special, you know. Um, but anyway, ladies, do you guys want to talk about any other subject or?
Well, I had a question for you, Brett,
Okay.
on
I'll try
on on the tip end of what you just said, in relationship to interracial couples who sometimes face backlash from friends or family, neighbors, coworkers. What kind of advice can you give from your perspective, from your experiences, for other people who may be facing similar situations where they may have family members who aren't really happy with their choice of a partner, or maybe it's their friends or their coworkers, their neighbors. What kind of advice could you give other people who might be in similar situations?
The advice I would give on that is cling to each other, love each other, embrace each other when that happens. And here's the thing, you're going to be faced with that whether you want to be or not. And if you don't love that person enough to deal with that, you shouldn't be in the relationship. But if you really love that person, you got to put that person first. I mean, your wife or husband in that interracial relationship, you got to put them above everything. And you may have to, push family members aside. You might not even have contact with them, depending on how entrenched they are with that. And you know what? With me and my mindset, I don't care who stands in the way of me and my wife. I'm going to be with my wife. It don't matter who it is. And I'm talking family members, friends, it don't matter. It don't matter mother and father, brother, sister. Here's the thing. That's your family now. And you know what? You protect your family. And I would say when you're in that, and it does hurt, I'm going to be honest. It's not like we just ignore it and go about our way. We try to do that. But we realize we love each other more than the nonsense that's going on, more than what somebody thinks I should do with my life.
Right.
And when me and my wife face that stuff, we would embrace each other. We would get closer to each other. And listen to me, that's how you do it. And does that mean get intimate a little bit more? Yeah, even that. You no, I'm being honest. This helps you love each other and you embrace each other. And what you have is so special and so awesome that it don't matter what anybody thinks. It's us against the world. Me and my wife are in paradise in our own little world. And who cares what people think? What they say about people's opinions, everybody has one, right?
Right.
But when you embrace each other, that's how you get through it better. And it strengthens your bond with each other too. And that's what my advice would be: embrace each other. And you know what? Vent to each other. If someone, ladies, if you're with your husband or whatever, you're in a racial relationship and someone does something racist, let's say, vent to your husband, tell him. And if you're the husband, listen, embrace her, and that's how you get through it. How do you fight hate? With love, and just love each other that much more, build that bond even more, and I've said this, and this might sound weird and kind of strange, but when people come at me because of my wife, I embrace it. When people send hateful comments because I'm with my wife, or I'm saying loving things about Black women, I embrace that because I'm standing up for something that is beautiful, something that is pure, something that means something. I'm standing up for who I love, you know? And I love my wife more than anything in the world. And I love Black women because you ladies are special. And I want to tell the world that because you guys are awesome. And, you know, I think that's how you fight stereotypes and generalizations. But, you know, I could go on all night about this. But to get through that, embrace each other, love each other more. I'm just going in every way, you know. It
I
worked for me
agree.
and my wife, so.
I agree. That's why I said what I said earlier, about what white men or non-Black men can do, to fight against these Black guys who are so against interracial dating, or what Black women stepping outside of their community, is for you guys just to continue to do what you're doing, which is genuinely loving us as Black women, genuinely appreciating us as Black women, and being very vocal about it, living it out every day in front of these haters, in front of these people, these naysayers, and just letting your love prove what they're trying to come against. So yeah, I agree.
And being loud about it. Tell Black women you love. And I would say to men, if you're married to a Black woman, dating a Black woman, tell them you love Black. Just say it. It's how you feel, right? There's nothing wrong with lifting people up. And somebody will say, well, you're pandering. Okay, I'm pandering. You know what? I pander to my wife all the time. I tell her she's beautiful and I love her and how wonderful she is. I do it all the time. There's nothing wrong with that. Just do it. And you know what? That's how you battle the negative, because these jokers can go in on Black women and say they're all this and that and these horrible things. Who's checking them on that? Wait a minute. You're trashing a group of women, and why?
Right.
But I will say this: when it comes to Black men, there are some Black men that support me. There are some subscribers out there, and the ones that truly support me, they do it in the shadows. They don't come up on the panel or try to do that. And I've gotten to where I don't allow Black men on the panel not because I have anything against them, no, but because some of them will come, you know, and act like a brother. Oh yeah, I see you love your wife and this and that, and then start trolling. So I don't do that. Now in my prayer meeting, when I talk about Jesus, everybody's welcome. But we're not going to talk about, you know, my personal thing and Black women and white men thing. We're going to talk about God. So that's the only place I allow everybody, but I'll block them out of there if they get stupid. But when we're doing shows like this, no, I won't let them in just for that reason. I will go on their shows and talk to them if they wanted me to, but I'm not bringing it in our platform here. And ladies, it's your platform. And ladies tell me they want a safe space, so that's why I do that. You know, and it's not out of hate. It's just protecting the ladies that are here because, you know, but yeah, I do have Black men that there's Black men in my life I have the utmost love and respect for. I don't come on this channel to trash Black men, and I don't come on here to lift up white men. No, I come up here to tell my story and uplift Black women, because Black women have been, you know, through many things and have been so resilient and have overcame. And that's not what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to be loved and lifted up and treated like the beautiful ladies they are. And that's what I do. And that's where I come from with this channel. And it's also uplifting to me. You guys send me loving comments, and my wife, it's uplifting to her, you know, and she comes on the channel every now and then. And, you know, we love you guys, both me and my wife, Sandy, we do. And, you know, she always tells me to tell you guys, you know, hi, and that she has love for you guys. And, you know, and that's what it's about.
Speaking of your prayer services or Bible studies, I see you post them from time to time on YouTube, but I never see them. Are they on a different channel?
No, they're on this channel. You're not getting the notifications?
No, and I don't, when I go through your videos, I don't see your Bible studies in your list of videos.
Oh wow. Because I put it on I put it on because I got it under Roadrunner 89 prayer meeting.
Yeah, I see when you post the notification that you're gonna have a Bible study on this particular day at that particular time, but I can never find it. I don't find it on this channel.
Wow, is YouTube not putting out the notifications for that? Because I always noticed that the prayer meeting has the less views, but I was like, okay, well, yeah, because not everybody's a Christian that's on this channel, so I get it.
Right.
Everybody's welcome though. You don't have to be a Christian to come join in the prayer meeting, but I have to look into that. I don't know why that would be. Maybe I need to contact YouTube and ask them why that's happening. Because I put it in my community page, and then when I go live, you should get a notification because it's on the same channel. I'm just
No.
Wow.
And like I said, when I go directly to your channel, when I click on your little profile picture and it takes me directly to your channel, and I click the overhead that says videos and it shows me all the list of your videos, I never see your Bible studies in that.
Oh, okay. Wow. Because I put it in because it's, let me see here. Let me look at my channel. Maybe because they're in there. They are in there. I save them. I even got them numbered from the first one to 24.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of them.
Wow, I'm so sorry.
No, that's not your fault. I'm just letting you know. I didn't know, maybe you were on another channel with your Bible studies or a different link or what, but I could never find them.
No, it's on the same channel. It's under the playlist of Roadrunner Live prayer meeting.
Okay.
Look for it. Look for it. Roadrunner Live prayer meeting. And there's 24 of them that I've made. And I try to do it each Sunday. And all I do is I read some scripture and I might give a testimony of what I've been through or what I've done and how I gotten over things, and and then I'll read some scripture and then talk about it, and then I put up the link towards the end, and if anybody wants to come up and talk, I always give that opportunity. But yeah, look at the Roadrunner Live prayer meeting because it's on the playlist and it has all of them in there. But I will post it on my community page. I will continue to do that. Just look for the times and go from there, because I don't know what's going on with notifications. I've had several people email me and say, I'm not getting notifications when you go live. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's a glitch that time. I don't know. I can't say. But hit the bell and put all notifications. Sometimes you might have to go in and do it more than one time. I know with other channels I follow, sometimes it'll do that. It won't give me the notification, so I'll go back and do it. And sometimes, this is weird too, sometimes I'll be unsubscribed to channels I follow, and I didn't unsubscribe. Somehow it kicks you off.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
Yeah, and it's like, wait a minute, I subscribe to this person all the time, and where's my and then sometimes I've had in the past where I was subscribed to some stuff I'm not even into. It's like, what is that? It was like YouTube's creating what I subscribe to. But, but I don't know if it's just the system maybe somehow is doing it. I'm not saying YouTube is just, going in there and taking people out. I just, something's going on.
Something's off for sure.
Yeah. But many people have told me that. But Anyway.
Yeah. 'Cause I always get the notification for these lives, but I've never gotten the notification for, like I said, the Bible studies or
Yeah.
for those.
Yeah, I usually do those on Sundays. And it's usually around 4 o'clock Eastern is when I like to get it in, because a lot of people go to church in the mornings, and me and my wife like to go in the morning, so I'll do it at that time. It's 2 o'clock my time, but 4 Eastern. That way I have enough time to come home and do a quick live and talk to everybody and read some scripture. And
Yeah.
it feels pretty good when just doing that. The times I had to work, I couldn't do it. I just like, man, I missed out. And, but yeah, but I'm starting something new where I call it Captain Swirl on Location, and that's where I go to different places. I did one live where I went to White Sands, New Mexico. Next place I'm gonna go, yeah. Next place I'm gonna go to Dallas, and I'm
Yeah.
probably going to go down to Daly Plaza where President Kennedy got assassinated, and they have the book suppository building. Probably do some videos in there and show everybody that area, and maybe I'll go to Cowboy Stadium or something, and heck, maybe I could catch a game during football season or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got that. I'm going to do. I got some new equipment. I'm going to do some some footage where I go to different places, and that's what I want to do. And talk about interracial relationships, but also show you guys different places and stuff. Kind of get a different backdrop.
Hey, Brent.
Yes.
So can I ask you I guess a dating type question, or just a general question?
Sure.
Okay, so there was this individual who I was hanging out with recently. I don't think it was a date. I don't know what their level of interest was, and it's just whatever. It's somebody who I work with, but they were asking me like, when was the last time you dated somebody? Why? Who was it? When was the last time you did anything physical with a man? What is his purpose for asking that? Like, why would somebody ask me that? It just seemed like very interrogating for whatever reason. He was trying to figure something out. You want to tell me why a guy would say that?
To me, okay. To me, that would be like disrespectful. Why does he want to know when you did something physical? He shouldn't even be asking that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, was he trying to figure out something, or like, what is going on?
I don't know. Maybe he's trying to figure out something. That seems kind of rude, and I don't know. That just seems disrespectful. If he's interested in you in dating, he should just, I don't know, that's a personal question you don't ask people. Especially if you want to have a relationship with a young lady, why would you ask that?
I don't know what like his level of interest is. But I don't know if you or anyone in the chat or in the panel can break down what they think it is. To me, it just sounds insecure.
Yeah, it does. Camille, I can really hear you. Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't understand you. There's a lot of static.
Yeah, I think she's trying to. Yeah, I think she's trying to respond to that, but we can't make out what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
We hear you good.
Corey and Michael, I'm hearing what you're saying in the chat. I think so too.
Oh, it's still connected?
Yeah, that's a red flag, J10.
So just keep it moving and don't even worry about that person.
If he cares for you and has
Hello?
respect for you, he would never ask that. Yeah, Cammy, hello. Okay, we lost her again. Um, I don't know what's going on. Pretty Nerds is sabotaging the show. Stop it. Or they're trying to end it. Okay, there she is again. Yeah, JT, I would keep it moving. Nobody should
Hello?
ask that. Yes, hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to I had to reboot. I had to restart everything. All right.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. When you were talking, we couldn't make out anything you were saying, but
yeah,
we hear
because my
you.
Bluetooth died.
Oh, okay. Your what?
My Bluetooth. My Bluetooth.
Oh, your Bluetooth. Oh, okay. That's why. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear now.
That's good. I mean, once I don't know, once a man starts asking me certain questions, I'm like, I just block his number. I don't even give out my real number anyway. I get a Google Voice number.
There you go. That's
You got the answer.
Yeah, those were some very personal questions, and he kind of sounds like a creeper to me. Maybe he was testing you to see, where you were, how open you were to maybe some things he might be interested in doing with you.
Mhm.
But yeah, if
I'm
I were
sorry to
you, I
laugh.
would
That's
just
just
yeah,
that's crazy.
yeah,
Yeah.
it is. But unfortunately, there are people in the world like that, and much worse. So yeah, if I were you, I would just keep going, keep
Yeah.
scrolling.
Yeah,
Beware
I
of
thought
that.
so. I just thought it seemed insecure. That's what it screamed. Like he wanted the ego boost to know if I haven't done anything with anyone else. But I made sure to dodge the question very gracefully.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
I would just tell him no, I haven't. That's what I would tell him. What type of question is that anyway? Like, I
Right.
don't know.
Yeah, I would tell him that's none of your business. Plain and simple. Why would you ask me that? I don't
No,
know
that's the
you.
type of guy you just kind of that's the type of guy you kind of just tell him what he wants to hear.
Why though?
I don't know. Just that's I don't know. I don't know. If I have had men ask me that question before, and like I said, I just tell them what they want to hear, or I just get rid of them. I just block their number and I don't deal with them anymore. That's it. I don't even if I don't like a way a man is talking to me or certain things he's saying to me, I get rid of him. That's it.
I need
There's
to
no
get like you.
question.
I need to get
You
like
need to
you
get
and just do
no, you
that.
don't want to be like me. I'm horrible. I'm just joking. I'm not horrible. I just don't deal. I'm like I said, I'm different. But once a man starts, listen, once a man starts telling me certain things that I don't want to hear, or he says certain things that I don't like, I just don't deal with him. If there's no question asked. If you don't like something, you just don't deal with him. That's it. You just move on to the next. Oh,
Well,
going to
it wasn't like I hated it. It was just very like, why are you asking me this? Like, what is your purpose? I wanted to get to the bottom of it, but I just
I
let it
mean,
go.
so maybe I mean, well, we'll ask him. Ask him. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he wants to have sex with you. I don't know. I don't know.
You know what? That's what it sounds like to me. Like he's probing to see how far he can go with you.
Exactly. Exactly. That was my thought.
Yeah, because why would you ask? Yeah, that's a red flag. And if he's bold enough to ask you that, what if you're alone? Is he bold enough to force himself on you? I mean, you got to think about that. And you don't want to be in that situation. Not saying that's how he is, but anyway.
For a lot of men, I'm sorry. For a lot of men, they need their ego stroked. So
that's pathetic.
One of
That's
the
why I
things
told you
that,
tell him what he wants to hear.
but why would you
Just
do
stroke
that?
his ego?
Why would you entertain that kind of ignorance?
You got to be careful because if you stroke his ego, then he might think, "Oh, I got her."
Wait a minute, does he know where you live?
I mean, he's also a police officer. He can probably figure out.
Oh my God!
That's even worse. Oh boy, you're in a lot of trouble now. I'm sorry. I'm gonna screenshot your picture just in case, okay? I'm just joking with you.
Yeah, might have to get internal affairs in that one. No,
there's some of the worst ones out there.
Okay, Corey, welcome to the panel, sir.
How are you looking, Mr. Debonair? You looking awfully sharp over there.
I know, right?
Yeah, I went and bought this suit
Oh, hi,
today.
Corey.
Hello.
Yeah,
Brent,
I remember.
aren't you sweating in that suit?
Sweating? I'm not sweating. It's kind of uncomfortable a bit. I'm supposed to change out of it during the show. I just left it on. I wanted to look professional when I did the prayer meeting, and and I needed a new suit anyway. So, for when I go to church and stuff, because usually I'll just throw on a tie, but I want to get a suit. So, and I might wear a suit on some of these lives. Maybe break it up instead of doing the hockey jersey all the time. Change it up a little bit.
It looks good on you, Brent, but I'll be honest, I almost didn't recognize you without the jersey.
Yeah, it does give a different look, don't it?
Oh, Brent, that Captain America thing is awesome. I saved that on my playlist. That thing was cool.
Yeah. Well, it was a program I did where you take your picture and it switches the face, and you can do like a different, like I did Captain America. I call it Captain Swirl America. But you can do it like from different movie scenes, videos and stuff. You can, it's called Reface. I got it from Facebook. And you just takes it picture, your image on your face, and it puts it on. I got one at 007 that's got my picture on it. It's pretty funny though. But yeah, you can go in there and do that. And I figured I'd do a short with that and see, and actually got a lot of views.
So you did the 007. It's Swirl, Captain Swirl.
Yeah, Captain Swirl. That's my alter ego. No, I'm not a swirler though. I'm an investor.
You're an investor. That's right.
Yeah, I've been invested since May 1994. So, guys, one day you can reach that level, investor. And I can give you pointers and help you out to reach that ultimate level. It's like the Supreme Court. It's a lifetime appointment, and my wife's like this final say. I asked her hand in marriage and she said yes. So, I got that appointment for life, for eternity, beyond life, But
Brent,
yes.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
I need to correct you on something. Sorry.
Can we do this behind?
We're gonna do it right here. This is like the third time that I heard you say you're not a swirler, and that's not true. You are a swirler. You're married to a Black woman. A swirler is basically just someone who's in a relationship or married to someone who's not of their nationality. So you qualify as a swirler. Just because you're married, you don't lose that status.
Oh, okay. Well, when I was thinking, maybe I misunderstood. When I was thinking swirler, I'm thinking someone that dates out, that's dating women of a different race.
It's not just dating. It's not just dating. It includes marriage. But then the other thing that I needed to say to you, which is a question, when are you going to start this dating room chat, whatever it is that you're going to work on for interracial singles?
Well, it depends on, see that there's factors there, and I want to do this, and eventually I'm going to, but what I need is the men that come in that want to do this, and I need men of different ages, because we got people in the channel from 20, I think someone's like 19 to, in their 70s, right? That watch this.
Aries is only like 17, 18 years old.
Yeah. So that young to like people in their 70s watching it. So here's the thing. If I do a dating and just get people in, we're going to have multiple ages, and that's kind of inappropriate. If we have a dating panel of people in their mid-20s to 30s, that makes sense. Or even 40s, and some might be in the 50s, but in the, the ballpark. I don't want some guy that's 50 talking to a woman that's 21. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, that did creep me out.
It would go from an interracial dating show to an interracial creep show. And I don't want that. I want it to be appropriate.
My youngest is 25. There's no way.
Yeah. I mean, so that's factors there. And, I mean, I can do like an avatar dating show where people come on and say what they think, and we can vote through the chat and see who's best, who aligns better. And we could have people come up if they want to. Some people are personal. They'd rather do a private dating show, and I can do that too, where nobody sees us and you guys can get to know each other. The thing of it is we're just doing, through StreamYard. So it's not like I'm going to put you guys on a date and send you somewhere. I can't do that.
I think Cohen's been eavesdropping on your channel because he put me on the spot this morning and was moderating. He wanted me to send in a bunch of pictures, and he was going to just put me out there. And I'm like, whoa, hold on, sir.
A bunch of pictures?
Yeah, he was going to, what do they call that? Man auction me out or something? I don't know what he was going to do. I was like, wait a minute, buddy. Hold on. We'll talk about this later.
Yeah, that's funny. But no, I do want to do a dating show. I would really like to do that. I've always had a thing that I wanted to do that, and a lot of people are interested in that. But how would we do it? Would we have a show where people come on? Would it be an avatar show? Because sometimes when we put video, the trolls come in and make fun of how people look and stuff. I don't want to go there with that. And I didn't want to go to a point where I thought about the chat choosing who goes good together. And I didn't want to, put somebody down and make them feel that they look less than somebody else. There's some things, and and we could do it this way too. If we had enough people participating, just interview, a lady or a man that comes up and what they want, and that special person. And then if you guys like their little video, you can email them. Like you might say, hey, I like, some lady says, I like Joe. He seems like we connect. Can you give me his email? And then I ask Joe, hey, is it okay if I give, her your email? And he says, yes. Then boom, you guys have a little connection there. That's an idea too. I don't know if you guys would be willing to do that and come on and, I do an interview. I've seen other channels do that. I thought about that. I thought about, doing it where you guys have 3 men, 3 women, and you guys just talk back and forth and what, and have me and maybe a young lady, co-host it. And we ask you questions and we find out who's more compatible. And then, we can have people vote on that too in the channel. That would be fun. I got different ideas, but
that the channel Security Boss Unsolicited, she's doing a thing like The Bachelor and The Bachelorette, where people that want to participate send in a 2 or a 3 minute video, and they put out their pitch, so to speak, show some pictures, and then just kind of run it through like they do with the TV show.
Yeah, we could do that too. And if you guys want me to put your video out there, and I could do it on a live show. Hey, this is Stephanie. She's 35 and has a master's degree in biology and, whatever. If you wanted to do that, I could do that. And then I could interview guys too, if they got the courage to come up and do the interview too. Just some ideas. but I do want to do this in the future, and maybe I have to grow the channel bigger to get there. Because a lot of people that do it are so much bigger than my channel. But maybe when we get to that certain point, I could pull that off and we could have fun with it. But yeah, that is in my mind, and I do think about that a lot, and I do brainstorm on it. And if you guys have any ideas too, please email me. That would be a fun thing. There's many ways, many things we can do. You know, but I don't want to bring people in and run them down like certain people do. And I'm not going to ask your dress size, and I'm going to just interview you. And, you know, if somebody's interested in you, hey, there it is.
Yeah, we're getting burnt out on Kevin Samuels.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't want to say no names, but
oh
sorry.
yeah,
my bad.
Oh yeah,
I didn't do that.
Yeah, Dr. Omar, Kevin Samuels, all of them. I mean, you see what I'm talking about? Do you hear the things that come out of their mouths?
No, I don't listen to them.
I mean, I understand. Yeah, but it's like the things that just comes, and it's not just them; it's all of them. That's how they all say the same crap. It's like what? It's like what? It's like something is very wrong with these men. It's like something ain't right up there. I don't know if it's something ain't right with them.
Well, you know, flies all land on the same pile of, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Did I say that out loud?
Hey, but serious, Corey. I stopped watching it because I wasn't interested in. I mean, but some of the ladies I seen on his show, I'm like, man, she's not bad looking. You're running her down like I'm like, wait a minute. That one woman they did average at best. I was like, she's attractive. She makes
Well, Brent, I'm sorry to cut you off, Brent, but this is what I was telling you about the black male worshiping culture.
Oh, okay.
These women, this is what I'm talking about, and that's what people are not understanding. They're calling him for a reason, and it's because they need their validation. That's what it is. Okay. So this is what I'm saying. As long as you have women, black women, that's going to continue to listen to them, like I said, I don't know how you guys are going to do this without fighting black male worshiping culture. It's black male worshiping culture. Because even though they found out all these things about him and all this other stuff, they're still going to listen to him. They're still going to listen to them.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I keep saying that.
Yeah,
well,
but
that's not all black women though. That's not all black women. And I'm going to say this, and I could be completely wrong on this, but this is just my gut feeling. I kind of feel like Kevin Samuel's show is kind of like Jerry Springer. And we all know that a lot of the guests that he had on his show were paid to be there. They were paid bad actors and actresses going on his show, perpetuating these stereotypes. I kind of get a vibe of that from Kevin Samuel's viewers or the women that call into his show, because I can understand in the beginning of his success, his fame, his height, his growth in height, a lot of people not really knowing, but at this stage in the game, you ought to know what he's all about. You ought to know what his show is all about. You ought to have an idea of the premise of the kind of conversations that he has and how he tears down black women who call into his show. So why would you be that ignorant as to call in and be a part of this debauchery, this debacle that's going on with his program? So it leads me to believe that it's possible that some of these women, some of these folks that are calling in, they're paid to do so, or they're in relationship somehow to help grow his channel or to make him popular. Because I can't, and don't get me wrong, I do understand that there are some very common sense lacking, very special people in the world. But I just for some reason I can't believe or accept that it's that many, forgive me for saying this, stupid people that will call in and allow themselves to be publicly humiliated. There's something to that. And like I said, not every Black woman watches his show. I'm not a fan. I don't watch a show. The only thing that I've seen of Kevin Samuels are snippets in other people's YouTube channels. And just that little bit has said to me that this is somebody that I don't want to watch. Everything that he says is complete foolishness to me. So
Yeah,
I
and
know that there are other women who probably feel like I do, and they don't watch his channel. We have enough common sense to know better. We have enough. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, just be careful what you soak in. Like at this point, you're actively choosing to go to his page and watch his stuff, even if it's just like snippets, because it also shows up on my feed. I don't know why, but I mean, you don't have to click on it. Like you're making yourself mad by clicking on it and watching it. If you want to watch healthy YouTubers, I'm gonna call out their names because they're actually good people. RC Blakes and Tony Gaskins. Those are Christian men who give positive, healthy dating advice. So you don't have to sit there and listen to Kevin Samuels because you're taking in what he's saying, whether it's good or bad. At this point, you're actively doing it. So just don't sit in this negativity. Just go to the good pages like Brent's and RC and Tony, and you will be just fine. And you won't be just sitting in this anger towards all of this. I mean, I know it shows up on the feed every now and then because that's how YouTube algorithms work, but you don't have to click on it, like you really don't.
Well, J10, you're a police officer. I mean, what would you do if somebody gave you a half a truth?
Yeah, right.
Well, that's what Kevin Samuels gives everybody. It's just a half a truth.
Just what he wants to tell you. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
I mean,
a lie.
I'm glad I'm not a police officer. Trust me on that. I smell a hashtag.
It's not for everybody, but yeah, just don't say any negative comments about the police, please. Not here.
Oh no, I've actually flirted with them before, but only the ones
I love
that had
the police.
Right shape.
Yeah, we're not going trash police. No. Hey, I respect what you do.
I support the blue all the way.
I spent 20 years in the Army. I've been deployed to Iraq 3 times, and I would do that over and over, opposed to being a police officer. And the reason is because when I was there, I knew who the enemy was. When you're a police officer, you don't know if they're good or bad or indifferent, and your life's on the line all the time, and you got to make hair-splitting decisions. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for you. I do. So no, I'm not going to trash you at all.
No
police officer.
No. Most of the policemen in our town are ex-vets.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
It just, they got respect.
Yeah, we have 2 police officers that live in my neighborhood. Yeah, and I like it because they park their patrol car in their driveway. So that's a good deterrent from crimes.
Things stay pretty quiet, huh?
Yeah. Well, we live in a pretty quiet neighborhood. We live in a pretty safe neighborhood. Really do. But we're not going trash. No, J10, you don't have to worry about that here. Yeah. But
besides, there's nothing hotter than a sexy cop. Where'd she go? She didn't even giggle.
Oh, I'm here. No, I was laughing. I mean, you're not wrong. A lot of people will try to slide in my DMs, but
that's so cool. I mean, where are you a police officer at, if you don't mind me asking? Which state?
Tennessee.
Okay. Wow. That's great. That's good. I have those men in my family, so I have those people in my family. So
okay. I think I'm gonna have to shut down here soon. It's almost 11 o'clock. We've been on for 3 hours and 33 minutes, guys. I really enjoyed the show tonight, and thank you for coming on. And these were good topics, and they're uncomfortable topics too. And you know what? Interracial relationships, you're going to face those uncomfortable moments, you know, and you're going to get hate, you know, from black people, white people that just don't agree with it. But you got to just, you know, handle your business, love each other, and when they come in, just love each other that much more, you know, and that's how you fight hate with love, right? So,
oh, Brent, if
yeah.
you get a chance to visit Loren's channel, I read that poem on there. You know, she had the biggest grin. She was so embarrassed. Her cheeks were hurting. She was smiling so big. There was some black gentleman that kept trying to get on the show, and he was.
Oh yeah, Corey, I
or
was on that
something.
show. That's why I said you were trying to put him in his place. I'm like, you go. He's saying, "Oh, I'm gonna give you to her." I'm like, what?
I was just that guy was something else. But anyway, it was fun just to play with him. But I didn't expect Loren to get so embarrassed. She just.
Oh yeah, you know what? I haven't watched no other YouTubers for so long. My time's been so consumed. I mean, I would watch Loren, and then I watch Lexus, and you know, but I haven't watched nobody. I don't even turn on the TV. I come home, you know, I'll work in the yard when I get off work, and then I'll come in, get on YouTube, go live, and then whatever little time I have, you know, I'll spend time with my wife, and we'll go do something. I don't have time to watch anymore.
Wait a minute. Yard work in New Mexico, does anything grow?
Yeah, I'm a miracle worker. I grew bluegrass in New Mexico, so you know I got talent.
I thought you just had a lot of rocks and you just painted them green like lawn or something.
Yeah, that's basically it. You know, it's funny, but no, I got a lawn in my backyard. Of course, I got to water it quite often because, you know, and fertilize it. But it looks pretty good actually. You know, but I don't have I just have a little area that has grass just so I can sit outside and, you know, but yeah, we have a lot of dirt and tumbleweeds and cactus. So yeah, that's, but you know what's great about New Mexico though? You know, our winters are mild and, we have a dry climate, so our summers ain't so bad either. You know, it could be 100 degrees and you're in the shade. It's nice. You know, we don't have that humidity, and we get over 300 days of sunshine a year.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's nice, but it is very dry. I mean, you know, we don't get a lot of rain. We're in a drought all the time. Well, we're in a desert. But you know,
are you able to grow like fruits and vegetables in your yard, Brent?
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, yeah, as long as
like
you
cactus fruit or something.
Not quite.
So, you know what? You can eat cactus. You cut the thorns out and stuff, and the little red things on the top. You can eat those. They got seeds and they're sweet tasting. Yeah, you can survive in the desert. There's so many, you know, I don't know the wildlife you want to eat, coyotes and stuff, but
tastes like chicken.
Yeah, there you go. But we do have like bears and deer and stuff, and you'll see them in the desert sometimes because they'll travel from one mountain range to the next because we do have mountains and stuff, so it's not all just sand and cactus. You know, we got ski resorts out here too, and so I mean, we got it all. We really do. We are the 9th largest state, and our population is one of the fewest. So a lot of open land, but you know,
I like trees and waterfalls.
Yeah, well, we do have those too, believe it or not. Yeah.
Is that like during flash floods?
Right. No, I mean we got mountains and stuff that have waterfalls and stuff.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna quit wasting your time. I'm dragging this out.
I'm telling you about my state, so that's all. It's all good.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to close this down soon. It's going to be almost 11. Ladies, thanks for coming on. Thank you so much. This was a fun show tonight. And Corey, thanks for coming on. Sunkist left. I don't know if she lost internet or whatever, but I want to thank her for coming on and check out her channel. Somebody asked what it is. It's Sunkist by Dark Skin Hypergamy. Yeah, it's in my community page. Just go to my community page. I have her first video in there, and you can and click on that, and it'll lead you to her channel. But she's working on getting her internet set up and stuff so she can do videos and neat stuff and do live shows. So, she's working on that. She's busy and stuff. And, just go over there, show her some love, subscribe to it, leave a nice comment. One thing about her, she's a very loving and caring person. She's real passionate. Okay. I'm going to tell you that, but she's got a big heart. And, I think her channel's going to be awesome and stuff. And, Cammy, are you starting a channel? Because I seen a notification for a show.
Not from me, no.
Oh, okay. Maybe I said something else. Or maybe somebody uses the same avatar you do. I don't know. Okay.
Well, I have a personal YouTube account and I also have a business YouTube account.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what I'm seeing. Okay.
Yes, so I have a business YouTube account where I have commercials because I'm in real estate. So maybe that's what you're seeing. So so the commercial of my company's app is supposed to appear tomorrow morning. Well, now it is tomorrow morning at around 9 a.m. Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing then.
It's not tomorrow morning. It's only 9:50 p.m.
Yeah, where you're at.
Well, where I'm at, it's 12:50 now in the morning.
Yeah, you're on the East Coast. Yeah.
Hey, can I ask another question before you exit the chat? I'm sorry, I don't want to waste your time.
Oh,
Who,
no,
me?
you're not wasting my time.
Well, just in general, like that's because I was having this discussion with people the other day. It's like a general discussion, not a situation I'm in. After a guy takes a girl out on a date, if he's interested, he's going to be texting her days after, right? He's not going to be sitting back waiting for her to text him. Am I correct?
That's correct. That other stuff is high school.
Yeah. Well, here's with me. If I'm interested, I'm going to call you. This texting thing, I'm Gen X, so we really not texters. But I would, yeah. If he's interested, he's going to be wanting to get back with you.
Yep.
He might not do it like right away because he don't want to seem desperate, but he's going to. He's not going to waste a lot of time. And here's the thing, and this is true with and Corey, you could tell me what you think on this. And this is what I believe, that white men, when we're interested in black women and we date you seriously, we're going to move in to marry you. And we're not going to waste a lot of time. And I know I didn't.
It's a more of a focused action. It's not just playing.
Yeah, it's not going to be years. It's going to be months. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Once we feel comfortable and we think you're the one, we're moving in, and we're not going to waste time. And maybe it's a cultural thing, because I remember growing up as a little kid, and I always knew I was going to get married. It was just the mindset, I guess. And maybe it's just my family, how I was raised up. you know, and I got married at 24, and you know, my dad did it early. Well, me and my dad and mom, you know, had a, you know, had to say he married my mom because of me. They were teenagers, but I mean, in my family have gotten married young. I know my brother got married younger than me, and my daughter and her husband were 20 and wanted to get married, and I was like, "Oh, you guys are too young." You know, he was in the Air Force. Well, he had a job, and you know, I was like, "Well, you know, you love each other, and hey, they did it the right way. They've been married over 6 years, so and you know, the second grandchild's coming here soon, so." You know, my daughter married a good man, so sometimes it works when you're really young. You're just too mature, you know, two people that are mature. You know, when I got married, I was 24. My wife was 25, and I think that's about right. Usually, people. I was always told 25. You know, you lived your life a little bit. You know what's out there. Maybe got a little bit of wisdom. I was still young and dumb. I was just blessed to have a good wife, but you know.
Here's my answer. Here's my answer to your question. I think it really depends on the guy. There's a lot of factors that go into that. If he's a Kevin Samuels follower, you may not hear from him for months.
Well, you're gonna be. What are you talking about? You're gonna be a baby mama. You're gonna be a baby mama. What are you talking about? That's the type of guy you just take him to some type of rundown hotel and you just whatever, and then you never see him again. You don't get emotionally attached to men like that.
Well, ladies, I have a question for you. Do you think it's wrong for a guy that if he finds a woman interesting, if he checks her playlist and sees who she subscribes to, if that's a bad form of vetting or a good one?
I mean, I think it's good because that lets you know.
Hey,
yeah.
I got to answer this. I'm not a Joseph A. Bank man. I went to Men's Warehouse. Get that right. No. That's funny. Okay.
And I'm hearing that Dr. Umar have a couple of baby mamas all over the place. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know he had kids.
Yeah, so, I heard that too. Well, he just got married. Well, no, that was a fashion show. Yeah.
No, he's polygamist. Which is nothing wrong with that. He has a spiritual marriage. They call it spiritual marriage or whatever. So but you know, listen, like I said, once a man shows me who he is, I deal with him accordingly. Trust me on that. I trust me. I always say I'm the original creator of Tinder. I will swipe them. Just keep swiping. I'm telling you right now.
That's one place I've never been is Tinder.
Don't even bother, Corey. It's a hot mess.
Yeah, I heard stories.
Right at Lamb's in
Hi, Liam.
Yeah, he was on our live before. I think he's over at the UK, right? Yeah.
Bring him on. Bring him on the chat.
Yeah, Brent, you should definitely bring Umar Johnson on, Kevin Samuels, all of them.
He might lose a bunch of subscribers.
Your channel would be no long. Well, I might gain some of his followers, but it would be a channel I wouldn't want. So
yeah, you'd have to count me out on those shows. I wouldn't visit them.
No, I want you to bring them on so you can hear the ridiculousness. And you have to hear the things that they believe in their logic. You really have to hear it.
Yeah, but I'm not interested in hearing it.
You have to hear it.
Just stay away. Just stay away.
Because you would never believe the things that come out of their mouths. I'm telling you.
I've heard some of Umar's
I
stuff.
can't even believe what comes out of their mouths.
I don't think they believe some of the stuff that comes out of their own mouths.
I don't think they do.
Jerry Springer all over again, huh?
You know what makes me angry at Umar? And I've seen some of his speeches. He tells black people that white people are so evil, right? That we'll act like your friends, and then and hang out with you, and then we run to the suburbs and make fun of you and talk trash about you. And that's what he said. Yeah, and he was saying, now look, black people, and those of you that are successful, the white man let a few of you through to just hide his racism. And I'm thinking, wow, so you just told black people that their success isn't really their success. They were allowed to have it by the evil white guy. And I don't know, that rhetoric he spews, it's like, come on. And when he talks about women, it's in such a sexual way that it's like,
yeah, that guy was disgusting in that video.
Yeah, you could just see the lust coming out of his pores. It's like, really, guy? I mean, and when in that video, and when he was talking about, black women's body part is being a man cave, I'm like, what's that mean? A fun place? I guess that's what he's saying. I mean, I don't know. They just, I just.
He sounds like a perverted 12-year-old when he was talking like that.
Yeah, it was like
stunted maturity or something.
You know what really, really, really like let me know like this is really lunatic. Why would you be on a public platform talking about don't let them spray all these powerful, successful men? Why wouldn't I let them spray successful, powerful men in me? That makes no sense. But this is their logic. Yeah. I'm like, of course I'm going to let him spray me some successful, educated men. Come on. That's so stupid. You think I'm telling you, you really have to you have to watch that video because, and
we
just
watched
listen
a
to
little bit of it. It was,
no, you need to watch the whole thing. I don't think you've seen the whole thing. I'm telling you.
No, because that small little clip made me puke in the back of my throat. I'm not watching it.
Hey, welcome, Liam. Hey, welcome to the panel, sir. Good to see you again.
Are you all right?
Yeah, how are you doing? So you're
not too bad. Yeah, it's about 6 o'clock, eh?
Oh, okay. Yeah, 6 o'clock. Yeah, it's 11 where I'm at, and Corey, it's 10, and Cammie, it's what, 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, we're all on different times.
Yeah, I'm about to leave in like 10 minutes because I got to get up in the morning. So, well, it's already morning. So,
okay, too late.
Right?
I'm going to drop off too, Britt. I'm going to head back to the chat.
Oh, okay, sir. All right. Corey, good to see you. Thanks for coming on. And Gabby, thank you too. And well, Liam, welcome, sir. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Hello?
Yeah, wait, I hear you. Yeah, yeah, we were just talking about some of these YouTubers and stuff, and some of these crazies out there. And,
how did you say about that? Kevin Samuels, whatever his name is.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about him and stuff.
Yeah, obviously talked about him last time, didn't I? Say.
Yeah, did we? Yeah, we probably did.
Yeah, can you remember Terrence said it's a bit like a fruit pastel?
A free what?
A fruit pastel.
A free pastel?
Yeah. Can't you remember?
Yeah,
because Sunkissed. Yeah, Sunkissed was on as well.
Yeah. She was on earlier tonight. She's starting her own channel. Sunkissed is. Yeah. So she'll have some videos and stuff later on and stuff, and she's working on getting her internet set up and stuff. I think it's going to be an awesome channel. Yeah, she was on earlier. I don't know if she dropped out because her internet or something. But
yeah, one of your lives, you was thinking about doing like some kind of like a dating show.
Oh, a dating channel?
No, dating show on your live channel.
Yeah, here in the future, I'm going to do I want to do like a dating show, and
also, what might be like a good idea? Do like a small little like fee, like people to enter, and whoever wins at the end get like a certain amount of prize.
yeah, a certain amount of men and women. Is that what you're saying?
No, like say for instance, someone enters for like £7 or £8, right? It depends how many people who enter, and then when they get like 70 quid or something, but like you obviously get like the most of it, because obviously like you're hosting the show. Just an idea.
Yeah, I got a number of ideas to do. I would like to do like have a co-host and have like men and women come in and do that. And I also was thinking about people doing a video or an interview, so people can see each other. And then if they're interested, they can exchange emails. And
yeah, that'd be good. So that'd be like Wheel of Fortune and that as well. So like two people could like pair up.
Yeah, we could do that. We can also have like groups of men and women and see which are more compatible.
That's what I'm saying about like when you do the like dating show game thing.
Yeah.
That's just an idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. There's a number of ideas I've been thinking about, and I just need to work it out where we get the men and women and have them within the, about the same age group, because I don't want to have a 20-year-old with 60-year-old and, weird. But but I have plans in the future of doing this. I might have to grow the channel a little bit more to get there, but in the future, I'm going to do something like that. I really am. I really want to do it. I'm motivated for it. A lot of people are, excited to do it. So I think it would be, a nice part of the channel.
Definitely.
Brett.
Yes.
I don't think you necessarily need to have a bigger channel or bigger audience. I think you have enough people as it is. I think you just need more participation from the people who are here. And maybe you can work out the details between yourself and Sandy and maybe your moderators on how you're going to set it up. But what Liam said about the dating show, remember the old, I think it was called The Dating Show that they used to have on TV, where they had a bachelor or bachelorette, a single man or a single woman, and then they had three people behind a panel and they would ask them a series of questions.
That's
an awesome idea. Yeah, I think that's a great idea, where you have somebody who you're interviewing, where you're finding out what it is that they're looking for in a mate. And then after you interview them.
That's Blind Date. Blind Date. We had a game show in the UK called Blind Date with Stella Black.
Years ago. You guys, you know what? This would be so awesome. Check this out. We could have like one man and three ladies, right? And just have an avatar. So and you don't know what they look like, and they choose, and then we
Right.
can list the avatar if they're interested, and you can see who he picks. And
Right.
and you know what? And that don't mean you're obligated to date. It's just for fun. If you're interested,
Correct.
you can exchange emails. If you're not, hey, it's just fun, right?
Right. Right.
But that would be awesome. And we could tell them, okay, you come in and just have a blank avatar where you don't see nothing.
Right.
And just put number 1, 2, or 3. And
right.
He can ask the questions, and we can reverse it. 1 lady and 3 guys. I mean, yeah, that would be neat. And then if everybody is willing, at the end, the winner, you release the avatar of the 2, and
right.
then yeah. Corey says write it down. Hey, J10 popped off. Our StreamYard's pushed her off. This StreamYard. Thanks, J10, for coming on. Thank you, young lady. It's always a pleasure. But yeah, that's a good idea. Corey says write it down. Yeah, I'm gonna write this down. Yeah, that's a good idea. That would be a fun idea. And you know what? We wouldn't have to get many people to do it.
Absolutely.
I just need participation.
Yeah. If we look on YouTube, put blind date in the UK, that's able to have it. They said like one person sit down, and the other 3 were like hiding behind like a shield thing.
Right. Right.
So if you put like blind date TV show in the UK, show sort of like how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah. CC says, sign me up. Okay, hey, you know what? Email me. And you know what? I need men. Email me. Okay, and we got to do this age appropriate too. Okay, keep that in mind. I can't have a 65-year-old man and a 19-year-old young lady, or vice versa. That would just be creepy. And then they would call us the creepy dating show. So, but hey, that's a great idea. And it takes what? It could be 1 guy and 3 ladies, or 1 lady and 3 guys. I mean,
absolutely.
If you guys are interested in that, send me an email. We can make it happen. Like Beyond Comfort said, it's participation. And maybe I don't need to grow anymore to do it. That's what I need. If I had the participation, I would do it next week in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
But I need participation. I need, to set it up that way. People have to have a camera and do that and be willing to do that. And we wouldn't reveal they wouldn't reveal themselves till the end of the show. So the trolls couldn't come in and say, yeah, look at her hair, look at his big nose, or,
right.
That trolls would do. The youngest age should be 21. Yes, I agree with that. Yes. Hey, if it's got to be adults. We're not actually putting people on dates, though. And that's the thing, too. This is for fun. If you want to connect, you guys can do it on your own. You can send me an email and I can ask him or her if I could give it to you and do it that way. But this dating, I'm not putting you on a date if you win. You win. And we'll just clap for you. And if you want to take it further, hey, you can do that. That would be awesome.
I think this is a good way too, Brett, that some of the people who are some of your shadow subscribers have an opportunity to come out of the shadows and, participate and express themselves as to what they may be looking for in a potential partner by coming on the show.
Yeah, most definitely. And everybody's welcome to come on. On the panel, you want to come on, and I even offer to do one-on-one. Some people have emailed me and say they want to do a show. I've done that in the past, and we just talk about a subject. And I like doing that too. That's fun. I like the panels we have where people just come on. That's what makes YouTube so fun. The communication and talking to each other. But anyway, I'm gonna have to shut this down, guys. It's already past 11. I got to go to work in the morning, and but this was fun. Beyond Comfort, thanks for coming on. Lamb, thanks for coming on again, sir. You're welcome here anytime.
Thanks for having me.
Brent, my name's pronounced Liam.
Prince Liam?
No, that's pronounced Liam, not Liam.
Oh,
it's Liam.
Liam. Okay.
Liam.
I thought you said it. Liam. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
So,
he's saying
you pronounced it wrong. Right? Well, basically, that's like Lee, but you'd say Liam.
Liam. Okay, Liam.
Yeah, not Liam, that's Liam.
Liam. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were telling me I'm Prince Liam. I was like, okay, all right.
Yes, now bow down if you want.
Yeah.
No, that's it. Yes, pronounced Liam anyhow.
Liam. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. But yeah, you're welcome to here anytime, sir. And thanks for coming on the panel again.
Yeah, that's all right.
And we enjoy having you on. And Comfort, thanks for coming on. This was your first time. Enjoyed having you come on. Enjoyed your perspective. And the ladies too. J10, Sunkissed, great to have you on. Ladies, and Cammie, good to have you on. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. Who else? Stephanie, good to have you on. Yeah, I mean, I had a good time with you guys. And Liam, right? Did I say it right? Liam?
No, Liam. Yeah,
Liam.
There you go.
Liam. Okay. Prince Liam. All right.
Now give me 50 coins.
All right. Hey. Okay, I'll work on pronouncing it. I'm not good with pronouncing the word, but But Liam, it's good to have you on, sir, again. And Comfort, thank you so much, young lady.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
And this was a fun show tonight. Thank you guys so much. And I'll see you next weekend. Gosh, I hope I can do a live during the week. I'll try. I
might not be able to make those, Brent. I work nights.
Yeah, a lot of people can't. Yeah, and that's fine. Yeah. But I will do one. I do lives on Sundays, though. Okay. Sunday's my safe day, so so we'll at least have that. I'll throw some videos in there. I'll tell you my feelings and stuff, and maybe share something that I've seen at work, or and that's usually what I do with videos. Something that's in my heart, I just express it, or I talk about some things that happen, or but I'll keep my face out there and talk to you guys, but but we will be going live Sunday again. I usually do a Saturday late night live. I didn't do it this week, but I usually do that. So I'll probably do that this week, but I'm not sure. I don't want to promise nothing because my job is crazy right now. But anyway, I will be doing videos during the week, and I will do a live towards the end of the weekend. Maybe I'll squeeze a live in during the week. And if you can't see it, check out the replay, Right. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and close it. Liam, I think I said it right.
Yeah, that's all better this time.
And Comfort, Beyond Comfort Travel, thank you so much, young lady.
You're
And
welcome.
everybody on the panel had a great show tonight. I enjoyed myself. I need to get out of the suit. Oh my God, I'm burning up.
All right, go get out of your suit, Brett.
All right.
Yeah,
good night.
Out of the suit and into the
Good night,
pajamas.
everyone.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, guys. I'll see you on the next live. Have a good night. All right. Well, I'm going to bed. Thanks for watching tonight. Thank you, all the ladies in the panel and all the gentlemen that came on, Corey and Liam. I got to work on my pronunciation. But I enjoyed today. Today was a good day. And I enjoyed this panel tonight. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. And I hope you got something out of it. Hopefully you got some uplifting and had a good time tonight. And that's what it's about. And yeah, don't overdo it. Yeah, I'll try not to, Corey. But anyway, guys, have a good night. I'll see you on the next live. God bless you and your families. And I'll see you soon.